so that everyone knows what we're doing.
Well, it's a great honor to be there here this morning in Koper, and just to say we are complimentary. It's a very great opportunity we have, so please. Good morning to all the present authorities, representatives of the public and private sectors, entrepreneurs, academics, friends and organizers. It's a true honor for me to be today in Koper at this meeting that brings together key actors from Europe and Latin America with a common objective: to bring closer really opportunities for economic cooperation, investment and development between Mercosur and the European Union. Just together key actors from Europe and Latin America with a common objective: to bring closer really opportunities for economic cooperation, investment and development between Mercosur and the European Union. Just as you know, I am born in Switzerland, I am German, from Munich and living in Paraguay for 44 years. So I understand both sides. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. My name is Christian Schittig. I'm the CEO of the Santa Margarita Group, a company active in the agri-food commercial sector, and also have the honor to preside over the Slovenian Paraguay Chamber of Commerce, SLOPAR, and I'm a member of the board of presidents of ALAS, the Latin American Supermarket Association, also just like a council from the Union of Industries of Paraguay, and the director of the United Nations Pacto Global of our country, and another, a lot of other associations in our country. I'm very active to understand and to bring together the nations and to build bridges. Those 6 different roles I have had the opportunity to work closely with the business ecosystem both in Europe and Paraguay and the Mercosur region, which allows me to have a directly and practical understanding of both of the opportunities and the challenge that exist in these markets. Paraguay in particular has consolidated in recent years as a country with an increasingly attractive business environment. Its macroeconomic stability, competitive tax regime, and especially its young population, we are more than less 33 years old in the middle, represents key factors that make it an interesting destination for foreign investment. Beyond the indicators, it's important to understand Paraguay's strategic role within Mercosur. The country functions as two gateways to much larger markets, especially Brazil, one of the largest consumer markets in the region, with more than less 250 million people. At the same time, the potential agreement between Mercosur and the European Union opens even broader perspective. We are facing a history opportunity to strengthen trade ties, reduce barriers, and generate a more dynamic flow of investment, technology, and knowledge between both blocs. However, as in any internationalization process, there are also challenges. For many European companies entering the Paraguay or Mercosur markets requires adapting to different regulatory, cultural, and operational realities. There is where institutional support and strong local networks play a fundamental role. In our country, in Paraguay, we have also witnessed multiple cases of European companies successfully operating in Paraguay, particularly in agro industry, distribution and service. This case clearly demonstrates that there is a strong potential provided that it's well-structured market entry strategy. I would also like to emphasize that forums such as this one are not only about presentation opportunities, but also about fostering open dialogue between Europe and South American entrepreneurs. It is essential to understand how markets preserve each other and what barriers will need to be addressed. Finally, I would like to invite everyone to see this forum not only as an event, but as a beginning of a broader and more sustainable networking of cooperation between Europe and Mercosur. We have a lot of opportunity for both of us and to complementary our economic systems and our needs more than ever in the history. I think that everybody of us, or we all, have learned something about the COVID moment, and I think though there was an before and after COVID situation and understanding of the needs between the countries and the continents. I am convinced that if they work together with a long-term vision, we can transform these opportunities into concrete projects, real investment, and lasting business.
Dear ambassadors, Slovenia and Argentina are ready to provide this analytic, the world, where is yours?
Thank you very much, and good morning everyone from Argentina. It's getting cold here, and I think we are also a bit, under the weather with our health, so I hope you will bear with my words today. I'm very happy to be participating in today's very important event invite the Strategic Mercosur Business Forum for discussing opportunities and challenges of the Mercosur agreement. I think today's forum clearly demonstrates one important thing, that businesses remain, as they have always been, the true driving force in all the development in society. There's also been a way for to change. And the agreement between the European Union and Mercosur is a milestone for both trading blocs across the Atlantic. We all know that they represent around 20% of the global GDP, and after more than 25 years of negotiations and bickering around the table, the agreement, as of 1st of May, finally entered into its regional force and is now successfully connecting with more than 700 million consumers, and of course also millions of the SMEs across Europe and South America. And I think this is also something that merits, of course, the discussion around the table, and I think your roundtable will offer us many insights into how to proceed. In my eyes, of course, this agreement is also important because it stimulates investment, innovation, and of course also creates jobs. It also emphasizes the importance of the predictability in economic relations, and it establishes clear, transparent rules for trade and investment. It is also good for consumers because it promotes high standards in areas such as transparency and sustainability. It also offers good regulatory practices, it benefits exporters and importers, and everyone around the table. In my opinion, for people on both sides of the retreat, it honors cultural traditions and local economies and protects and promotes geographical indications. This not only protects heritage products, but also strengthens regional identity and value-added production. In my opinion, this agreement also has an important strategic value, because it not only deepens economic ties, but it is very important for different political ties between Europe and South America. It creates a more balanced and resilient global economic architecture, and also for us Europeans, it's very important that it reduces excessive dependence on and trading powers. Of course, like Koper said, and also Christian, they want to emphasize, of course, the challenges that are brought about by this agreement. I think that the agreement has mechanisms that can address those challenges, and I think each success will be dependent on how efficiently we will So I'm very much looking forward to today's discussion. Please let us be aware that our embassy is offering help to any business in South America, other countries that we are responsible for, and we are very much open to cooperation with you. I was also signal that the delegation of the European Union is here in Argentina, and I will also in Paraguay. So open to receive any recommendation of this agreement. And I think this is so much important to that we follow, any development in the of this agreement in its concrete phases of implementation. And I think this is how we will make it successful. Thank you very much, and please enjoy today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tina, and once again, thank you for all your active and kind support for all of this on the other side in the Mercosur region. And now we're moving on to honorary consul of Slovenia and Paraguay, Mr. Luis Alberto Boxavini, also online. Welcome. Luis, are you with us? Luis, do you hear us? Luis, unfortunately.
Today's very good and timely organized forum, and especially organized to strengthen our economic ties, fostering sustainable and inclusive development, and supporting closer cooperation between the EU and the LAC countries to unlock shared opportunities for prosperity. Slovenia therefore supports the conclusion and implementation of the EU agreements with the Latin American and the Caribbean region, which would further enhance our cooperation. The EU-Mercosur agreement adds strategic weight to our cooperation. It reinforces Slovenia's and the EU's presence in Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, Mercosur countries. Moreover, it creates a vital political bridge between Europe and Latin America and enables deeper dialogue on global topics and priorities. On 17th of January this year, Slovenia welcomed signing of the partnership agreement and the interim trade agreement between the European Union and the Mercosur that took place in Paraguay, the current Mercosur presidency. These agreements are the result of over 25 years of negotiation, and the two legally distinct instruments together establish a comprehensive framework for enhanced political, economic, and sectoral cooperation between the EU and Mercosur countries. As you probably know, Slovenia signed the EU-Mercosur agreement on 25th of March this year. Slovenia considers the partnership agreement with the Mercosur as a balanced outcome of promoting trade and economic growth while upholding high environmental and social standards. The EU-Mercosur partnership agreement is an important strategic milestone, confirming the EU's commitment to open, rules-based trade and strengthening economic resilience and geopolitical partnership with Latin America. It facilitates enhanced political dialogue and cooperation in areas such as climate change, digital transformation, mobility, counterterrorism, and crisis management. And for Slovenia, the agreement provides an opportunity to strengthen economic and sectoral ties with Mercosur countries. My colleague from Ministry of Economy, Tourism and Sport, Ms. Monica Yakshe, will tell you more about the trade part of the agreement. So Monica, please, the floor is yours, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Irena Grill, and now we'll continue. Already running. Ms. Monica Yakshe, Secretary of the Trade Policy Sector, Ministry of Economy, Tourism and Sport. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. Irina, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Irena Grill, and now we'll continue. Already running. Ms. Monica Yakshe, Secretary in the Trade Policy Sector, Ministry of the Economy.
This forum, and thank you very much for inviting us to prepare this event. It's beautiful. Everything is beautiful. Also the welcome part with tea and coffee and other products. I'm really, really happy to be here. Well, and I will exchange with you a few words on the EU-Mercosur Intertrade Agreement. This is actually the legal text which enters into force provisionally as of 1st of May. That means that it's now already the legal text we can work on. We can do the business on the basis of this text. And I came from the Ministry of Economy, Tourism and Sports, but from another department than Mr. Verhaus. I'm coming from the Trade Policy Division, and we are within the Internal Market Directorate. We do this European and international part of the trade relations of Slovenia. That means the EU part, and WTO, OECD, ICSID, UNCITRAL, and that kind of things. And we work closely with our Department of Internationalization and also with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because we are covering, different sides of the coin. And we also work a lot with other line ministries, because our work is all kind of things. And we work closely with our Department of Internationalization and also with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because we are covering, different sides of the coin. And we also work a lot with other line ministries, because our work is also agriculture part, also the spatial planning, and also health and other kind of things. So we are very much involved in this communication
And what is even more important, part of our work is also very constructive dialogue with the stakeholders, with companies, with associations. And this is even more nice for us to be invited here and to talk to you. And we focus on information sharing, mostly on the agreements, on the trade barriers, implementation issues, trade policy measures, WTO, OECD files. We also consult stakeholders on this defensive and offensive interests. That means we are asking companies, what do you need? What do you want? What do you see, these concerns when we are preparing our national positions and present them in the European Union Council Commission. And we also organize different workshops and seminars, not so huge as this one, but more focused, for example, on dual use rules, on the licensing system, how do you use these issues. And we publish most of this important information for companies on our website, gov.si, and also on eutrade.mgts@gov.si. And the other one is gospodarska varnost, which means the economic security, because besides the trade, we are covering now also the economic security issues, mostly this partnering and promote part. And part of our work is also to help the exporters to use the access to markets tool. This is actually a platform which is organized by the European Commission, but it is very, very useful tool for somebody who try to export to third countries, because there you can get the information on tariffs, on potential barriers, on rules of origin, and that kind of things. And everything is linked to certain CN code that you are trying to work on. And now, allow me to go a bit further and to say a few words why the network of trade agreements is so important for Slovenia. Mr. Perhaps and also our ambassador already said a few words about that. We are open, we are export-oriented economy, and therefore we need well-functioning trading system. Well-functioning trading system which is based on rules. We have a lot of SMEs, small companies. We don't have these champions, big ones, strong ones. But we are flexible and we can really adjust to different markets. And now I will switch on to the EU part. The European Union concluded more than 40 different trade agreements, and with more than 70 trading partners. And Mercosur countries are the newest ones since the 1st of May this year, because before we had a long tradition on the basis of the WTO rules. This agreement, this interim trade agreement, is something more. It's much more. It's WTO plus. It's a preferential agreement which really goes to different areas which haven't been before easy to assess to our companies. The ambassador, our ambassador already mentioned the stability of legal framework. This is really something very important in this geo-economic situation. And then we have a preferential access to huge markets under very good conditions. Since the interim trade agreement is in its essence is FTA, free trade agreement, we are talking about the liberalization of customs duties and elimination of non-tariff barriers. We are talking about better level playing field. We are talking about the opportunity of diversification. We have this administrative customs cooperation, we have simplification rules, we have different procedures which can really reduce the administrative burden, not only for companies, also for the administration. And with this, we can also save companies' time. Customs cooperation, we have simplification rules, we have different procedures which can really reduce the administrative burden of the silence And with this, we can also save companies' time and companies' money. This is also very, very important. And we already heard about the resilience and the integration of supply chains. This is also something that's important in these days. And for us, access to raw materials, raw materials, and also energy sources. Preferential rules of origin were introduced instead of non-preferential rules of origin. So you cannot be possibly trade across the ocean, which brings together and different continents. And what else? Intellectual property rights. Potential for new jobs, already mentioned. And also more information about the domestic regulatory frameworks. This is something, this transparency issue is also part of the interim agreement. We heard about the benefits for the consumers, and we are now switching to area which was somehow sensitive during our negotiations. This was Agricultural Society and NGOs which expressed strong concerns during the negotiations. And therefore, for us, from Slovenian perspective, it's important that the agreement preserves high standards for human, for animal and plant health, for food safety, animal welfare, for SPS standards, right to regulate, precautionary principle, as well as sustainability issues and environmental and Paris Agreement and workers' rights. That was really crucial for us to be able to support the agreement. Also, some mechanisms were mentioned to address trade barriers, to monitor the implementation of the agreement, to monitor the trade flows, to enable both contracting parties to react on potential market disruptions before they somehow grow into the dispute phase. SMEs, yes, important parties that we have special, specific, simplified rules for SMEs in this. This is also important from the Slovenian point of view. It's majority of small companies. And now I will go slowly to the more concrete part, the benefits for industrial goods, services, and agriculture. And I'm trying to present that from the perspective of Slovenia. It means somebody who exports to the Mercosur countries. And for us, benefits for industrial goods, services, and agriculture. And I'm trying to present that from the perspective of Slovenia. It means somebody who exports to the Mercosur countries. And for us, it is important that the agreement removes more than 90% of import duties.
More limited
And
gradual
for
liberalization.
most of
Very
these,
quotas and
these
traditional
custom duties were eliminated
ending
from the
from 3 to 15 years. It depends.
only for the most sensitive products such as
And we
agricultural
have also some
products.
sensitive
The agreement provides more limited gradual liberalization with tariff quotas and traditional periods which can be from 3 to 15 years. It depends on the product. And we have also some sensitive goods in the industrial part. And there we have transitional period for 10 years, except for the electric vehicles, where 15 years. And on the EU level, the sectors which can gain the most from the agreement are, for example, machinery, because the 35% duties were eliminated. Then we have pharmaceuticals. Then we have cars, textiles, clothing, and even agriculture. For Slovenia, we have some additional products which can benefit from the agreement that was those products were indicated in a study which was prepared by our ministry in cooperation with the Faculty of Economy of Slovenia. And these products which can gain the opportunities are toys, then electronic and mechanical appliances, optical, medical, surgical, measuring, and photographic instrument was made for business services, financial transport, postal and courier services. And for Slovenia, our study complements these areas also with digital trade, environmental services, personal services and transport services. In the area of agriculture, well, the European Union sees the potential for high-quality exports in wine, cheese, dairy and pork. There were very huge tariffs, more than 30%, which were eliminated now slowly and which will be still eliminated till the end of the transitional period. And also the geographical indications were mentioned before. Slovenia, we have six geographical indications which are preserved within the agreement. Let me read them. Krajinska klobasa, kraška panceta, kraški zašinek, kraški pršut, slovenski med in štajersko prekmursko bučno olje. Well, I said for now, because the list for the geographical indications is an open list. That means that it could be enlarged. The contracting parties can decide to put some others on there. And therefore it is important that we have this legal framework. It is not only for amicable resolution of disputes and monitoring and that kind of things. It's also to sit together, to talk together, to see the trade flows and to decide how to improve the agreement, how to liberalize new things, how to add new areas. So this is important, that we have a platform to cooperate, which is not the WTO, which is actually our bilateral platform. Talking about bilateral, I mean the EU and the Mercosur countries. So that was really a brief presentation, because the agreement has more than 1,050 pages of legal text.
Okay, thank you. Again, good afternoon to everybody. An honor for me to participate in this amazing forum in Slovenia. A great honor. I would like to share with you that I think the EU-Mercosur agreement is not only a trade agreement. It is a strategic bridge between two regions that need each other more than ever. Europe is looking for reliable partners, diversified supply chains, sustainable production, food security, clean energy, and new markets for its technology, machineries, services, and industrial know-how. Mercosur, on the other hand, offers exactly that. A large market, natural resources, competitive production platforms, agricultural strengths, renewable energy, young demographics, and a growing need for infrastructure, technology, logistics, financing, and institutional cooperation. This agreement can reduce tariffs and create new opportunity for both sides. The European Commission itself highlights the benefits for European exporters in areas such as wine, spirits, chocolate, olive oil, machinery, and industrial goods, while Mercosur industry countries will gain improved access for agriculture and value-added products. But I believe the most important point is this: the agreement will only become truly viable if companies, institutions, Chamber of Commerce, banks, universities, and government transform it into concrete projects. And this is where Paraguay has a very important role. As my previous speaker, Christian Silik, who is there in Slovenia, share with you something about Paraguay. Paraguay has an important role here. Paraguay currently holds the pro tempore presidency of Mercosur. And this gives our country a special opportunity to contribute to the regional agenda to promote openness, connectivity, and pragmatic cooperation. But beyond diplomacy, Paraguay has also a unique economic position. We, of course, are a small country in population, but strategically located at the heart of South America. We are between Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, and Uruguay. We are part of Mercosur, but we also offer a simpler, more flexible, and more cost-efficient platform for companies that want to enter the region. That is why I like to define Paraguay as the Europe gateway to Mercosur. Why Paraguay? First, because Paraguay offers macroeconomic stability. We have one of the most stable currencies in the region, a predictable tax system, and a business environment that is increasingly open to foreign investment. Second, Paraguay has a very competitive tax structure. Our corporate income tax, the VAT, and the personal income tax are generally around only 10%. For European companies comparing locations in America, these are very relevant factors. I must say that in the last years, we are seeing a lot of new factories here in Paraguay and a lot of investment more companies are putting their factory here in Paraguay in order to export to Brazil or to Argentina. Not only because of the tax structure, also because of the electricity. I will share more about that. And third, because Paraguay has abundant renewable energy. I must say that 100% of our energy that we produce here in Paraguay is renewable energy. And that we only consume 20%, almost 20% of all the energy we produce here in Paraguay, we only consume 20%, and the rest we export to Brazil and to Argentina. We are one of the largest producers of hydroelectric energy per capita in the world. For industries that need competitive and renewable electricity, this is a major advantage. And fourth, Paraguay has a young labor force and competitive operational costs. This creates opportunities for industrial production, agribusiness, logistics, shared services, technology, and light manufacturing. Paraguay has also a special incentive law for investors, including the Maquila law, which allows companies to manufacture in Paraguay and export with very competitive conditions to the other country in Mercosur. This can be very especially interesting for European companies that want to serve Brazil, Argentina, and the wider Mercosur market from a more efficient base. Paraguay is not only a low-cost platform, it's also a country with a growing private sector, strong agribusiness, expanding logistics, and increasing interest in technology, services, and sustainable investment. For Slovenian and European companies, I must say that I see several concrete areas of opportunities. The first is agribusiness and food production. Paraguay is a major producer and exporter of soybeans, beef, corn, rice, sesame, chia, and other products. But the next stage is not only to export raw materials. The real opportunity is to create value. Food processing, traceability, packaging, biotechnology, animal health, sustainable forestry, certification, system and logistics. And the second area is industry and manufacturing. European companies can use Paraguay as a production base for Mercosur, especially in sectors such as automotive components, electrical equipment, machinery, plastic, packaging, construction materials, and part of the renewable energy system. I must say that we have three big auto parts industry here in Paraguay. One is Leoni AG from Germany, and the other one is an auto parts that produce parts for Kia and Hyundai here in Paraguay. And also it's Fujikura from Japan that produce all the cable wire system, the cable system for Volkswagen in Brazil. So they are already doing that kind of industry here in Paraguay. The third area is energy and digital infrastructure. Paraguay renewable energy creates opportunity for data centers, energy-intensive industries, digital assets, green hydrogen discussions, and industrial parks connected to clean electricity. And the fourth area is logistic and connectivity. Paraguay, as you know, is a landlocked country, but not an isolated one. We are connected through the Paraguay and Paraná rivers, which links us to the Atlantic Ocean. Improving ports, river transport, warehousing, custom process, and multimodal logistics is essential here. European technology and financing can play a major role here. Of course, we must also speak honestly about the challenges. The EU-Mercosur agreement faces political, environmental, and regulatory sensitive. In Europe, there are concerns from farmers, as some of my previous speakers says, environmental organizations in some governments regarding agricultural competition, deforestation standards, and enforcement. These concerns must be taken seriously, but they should not be seen only as obstacles. They should be seen as an invitation to build a better model of trade. A modern EU-Mercosur relationship must be based on sustainability, traceability, legal certainty, environmental responsibility, and fair competition. Paraguay can and should position itself as a reliable partner in that direction. Not only Mercosur, but focus on Paraguay in my case. For Paraguay and Mercosur companies, the challenge is also clear. Access to Europe requires quality, certifications, compliance, sustainability standards, documentation, and a long-term capability. For European companies, the challenge is to understand that Mercosur is not one single market with one single reality. Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay are different. The legal systems, tax regimes, labor rules, logistic and big business cultures are different. That is why local partners are essential. This is also part of the work that we promote through the Mercosur as a Chamber of Commerce, connecting regions, region bridges, identifying reliable counterparts, and helping companies understand that internationalization is not only about exporting products, it's also about creating trust. My last slide I want to share with you is that from Paraguay, we want to tell Europe investors, do not look at Paraguay only as a market of 7 million people. Look at Paraguay as a strategic platform to access a region of more than 280 million people in Mercosur, and as a bridge between South America, Europe, and even Asia. That you know that we are producing here boats for Japan. We produce boats, right? Small boats, and we export them to Japan. It's a Japan industry here in Paraguay. From Mercosur, we should also say clearly, Europe is not only a buyer. Europe is a partner for technology, financing, sustainability, institutional development, and high-value investments. To conclude, I would like to leave three main ideas. One is that the Mercosur, the EU agreement is a historic opportunity, but it needs execution. You have to do, not to think all the time. More than 20 years thinking how we can move forward. Secondly, Paraguay can be one of the most efficient and strategic entry points for European companies here in Mercosur. And third, the future trade between Europe and Mercosur should not be based only on commodities, but on value, sustainability, technology, investment, and long-term partnership. And I must say that the main challenge we have is the lack of information about both sides. I want to only point that very hard that the more we know each other, the more we can create opportunities and activities between this both regions. So I see a brighter future between our both regions, and let's do business together. Thank you.
Great conclusion. together. That's why we're all here now. And as announced in the beginning, you know, because of all the enthusiasm, also the daily agenda changes a little bit. So we're keeping you a bit forward away from lunch because due to different reasons, but we are continuing with the panel because we believe that also in the break, the discussion about agriculture will be heated. So let's start with the panel number one. It's about Mercosur and new opportunities of agriculture. Meaning we're talking about everything, the legislation, the opportunities, the forestry, the sustainable trade, the traceability system certifications, and for that, I'm inviting in physical presence Mr. Gregor Peric, Chamber of Agriculture and Forestry of Slovenia to join us here. The panels will be here. Okay, so please welcome. Then the second one person is actually previously mentioned Daniel Stancic from Hydrobio. Please. And we are having 3 online presences of Engineer of Forestry Kristina Goralewski, President National Forestry Institute of Paraguay. Then we have Simona Cavazzuti, Koper, President Agro-Industrial Cooperative from Paraguay. And Engineer of Agriculture Carlos Pedretti Fernandez, Agribusiness Expert from Paraguay. And our moderator will be, as previously announced, Robert. So welcome. The virtual and physical stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for joining me on the stage. As I mentioned already in my opening speech, agriculture but participating member is 700 meters of this agreement between the two big economies, the enlarged Mercosur, including the country which are not full members but participating members, is 700 million plus of consumers. European Union 450 million consumers. We are talking about almost 1.2 billion people. So we are in a way talking about the economy of China. It's huge. And this agreement opens so many possibilities. I believe that I read somewhere that just the first calculation was about between $4 and $6 billion immediately. Okay, it's not a small number, especially if you know that Latin American market is growing with a very high rate, and there are 3, let's say, big economies, big players working on that market to get it, to have it as a most important partner. We all know that in the past, let's say, last 50, 70 years, United States has considered Latin America as their backyard. Okay, it's ours. We have to be on the Western Hemisphere. This is ours. The European Union, especially because of the language, had a certain share of the market, but in the last 5 to 10 years, China has come really, really strong. The numbers I got in Latin America last year are talking about the share of around 2,000 billions of euros of trade, and let's say about half of that has still the United States. China has increased the share from 15 billion in 2015 to $480 billion in 2024. And Europe is somewhere firm on around 500 billion euros of trade in both ways. So we are with this agreement, I think, I see it as a way to come closer, a way to become even more friends as we already are, especially what my previous speaker was talking about. The lack of information is the biggest enemy we have right now. Because if you ask an average Paraguayan entrepreneur, what you know about Slovenia, you would even not be able to locate it on the map. I will not say that Slovenian entrepreneur will not be able to locate Paraguay on the map, but will have no information about productivity, about taxation, about anything, especially not what is produced in Paraguay right now. Okay, which are the main economic sectors. So I hope all our guests on the internet are with us.
We just received the news that Ms. Christina Goralewski will join at the end of the panel. So,
right. Okay. So let's start with people who are
yes.
okay. I will start with you, Gregor. Thank you for joining us. The chamber you represent is representing Slovenian farmers and food producers, and you had a lot of thoughts about this agreement, that it might hurt the Slovenian home-made production, the standards, and all that. What is you still think the same, or this way of thinking is changing a little bit as the time passes by?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting us. I would like to greet everybody, also those who are following us via internet. Yes, you are perfectly right. We were those who have been strongly opposed to the agreement, especially in December. Actually, there's been a strong community within the farmers' initiative who said that it has the strongest fears of this agreement to have strong impacts on how we farm, how we work, how we produce food. And that's also why I also prepared this presentation. I'll ask you if you can please go forward. Okay, just a few words of who we are. Actually, we represent, or I represent, the Chamber of Agriculture and Forestry in Slovenia. We have like something more than 100,000 members who are mandatory, and our concerns are especially food security, sustainability, rural resilience, and family farming mode. Actually, Slovenia agriculture is not only about production, it also has a lot to do also with landscape, with rural vitality, so how productive, how active is also our outside, the living outside of the cities, so to say, and also it has a strong impact on strategic resilience. Can you go on, please? So actually we cover two different points of view. As you can see, Slovenia has a strong tradition of producing dairy, beef, wine, hops, honey, and also many niche premium products. We cherish very much high food safety and traceability standards, and also, especially in the last years, we focus very much on sustainability, short supply chains. Also, the government has done a lot, invested a lot of money to enable functioning short supply chains, and also in green innovation. I'd like to point out that we also have not many, but very proactive young farmers. One of them also won the last year's first award, also becoming the best young farmer of the EU. So young farmers have lots of ideas, and Alish invented with some farmers some system of how to plant very effectively. So there is a lot of energy within, especially within young people who see opportunities also in the farming sector, even though it's a very complicated sector. On the other hand, we also cover forestry. You might have noticed the Slovenian with Mercosur matters. As we mentioned, partnership, exchange, cooperation, many projects within the business area, and also it could be also in the agricultural areas. Because we all know that the world today is not the nicest place to live in, and things are changing very quickly, so we have to build strong relationships also in terms of trade and also mutual dependabilities. So how to say, if we trade, we don't think about fighting, and that should be also on the basis, in the basis of these agreements. And talking about agreements, and you see in the future why talking about agreements, not just about this agreement. The EU has to diversify trade relations and has to have a better geopolitical connectivity. So our main message, and also I think that the government would second that, Slovenia supports openly and constructive international cooperation. Please. So our potential benefits, common potential benefits are better market access to both of us, to both areas, as we also mentioned before, the reduction of tariffs, many things we can export from the EU to the South America. For Slovenia, we see opportunities, especially in the area of high-value products, specialized food products, forestry technologies, and also sustainable know-how exchange. Previously, we talked about industry, we highlighted industry, but I think that there is also many other opportunities in other areas, such as agriculture as well. Can you go on, please? Thank you. So the key challenges for European agriculture, as we could have seen it, or we've noticed in the last months, before the agreement has been approved, even though it hasn't been in the way. So that means that European farmers operate under strict environmental rules, animal welfare standards. To bear in mind that there is to some extent, there is regulatory asymmetry. So that means that European farmers operate under strict environmental rules, animal welfare standards, phytosanitary controls, high administrative burdens, Green Deal obligations. That is what the day-to-day life farmer is, and of course you can understand that when some things change, or some farmer is faced with in a competitive environment, it makes him angry. So it expects also to get some help from be the government or the EU or whatever else. That is a frame in which an average farmer in the EU works things and also is able to produce, or also thinks whether he should invest in the future in this area, or he should bail out, go outside of this sector and do something else which is more. There has to be a very strong political pressure to make the European Commission move and do something from which the agricultural sector in the European Union can benefit from. So to get a European Commission toolbox which will help a farmer, you have to exert a lot of political energy and also force to get something. And that's also something that frustrates our farmers, because they see that there is some different conditions in terms of competition on one hand, and on the other hand, there is a lack of response from the institutions, being national and especially on the EU level. I'm telling all this so we can fully understand what are the concerns, not to criticize anyone, but those are just mere facts. So our crucial message here would be that we consider food not just a commodity, but security in terms of food security, is part of our strategic security. Our concern is also goes in the direction that having to do also with CBAM and EUDR, it makes things even worse or more complicated. So, can you go on this? So the Slovenian perspective, I'll speed up. Slovenian perspective, it's a little bit different than the European. We have small farms, we have mountain and hill farming, limited agricultural land, and this is also a part of our culture, a part of our how Slovenia looks like and how it functions. So we are even more sensitive to how it works. That's why we see it in a little bit different way. I mentioned before agreements. The Mercosur agreement is not the only agreement right now on the table in the European Union. We have also Australia, we have India, we have Indonesia, we have also two other agreements, and the agreement we're dealing right now with, it's a rather old agreement. It has started 25 years ago. All those agreements listed here are newer agreements, and they also took into consideration other factors. So the impact they're going to have on agriculture or on deforestation and on the environment as well. So that is also the criticism that came from the European Union criticizing this agreement because it did not include or take into consideration all these factors which matter also for farmers but also to consumers. Can you go on, please? So the difference is that EU expects from our farmers strong, strict measures to be respected. On the other hand, we actually are not sure what sort of food and products are getting because there are some differences. So this is the area we should all work on and make those relations or the relationship even stronger and make it work, so to make it function. Agriculture, we took this lesson. So our final message is that we support international cooperation, but future trade relations must preserve fair competition, food security, and long-term resilience of European agriculture. We took this lesson, especially in COVID. We have to be able to rely on what we produce, and only then we can also rely on someone else. Because if things are okay, everything is okay. If things go in the wrong direction, then we learn that everybody takes care of themselves first, which is logical and right, and only on the second
critics point of view of this agreement where the fears are on what steps happen. Let's say a skeptical point of view, or let's say critics point of view of this agreement where the fears are On what sectors? Let's see the
Yes, third question. So first of all, Alex Naka is my name. I live in Switzerland, was born in Romania, grew up there, and then I spent the last 25 years in Germany and in Switzerland. The last 25 years in Germany and in Switzerland, working and living there. So I kind of know all the cultures, and then since about 10 years, I tried to do various businesses in Paraguay, most of them failed, but in the last 4 years, that was great actually, because it allowed me to deeply understand the culture, which is same, but a bit different. And in the last 4 or 5 years, since then, I'm working with my partners in Paraguay in the agriculture sector. We went there and we bought or we invested in an existing business in agriculture. It's about controlled environment, so greenhouse hydroponic produce fresh vegetables. And since then it was a great success and is growing and all that. And it allowed us as well to understand deeply the dynamics of the fresh produce market, to understand as well the fears and the problems on that side of the pond. So yes, I can give some information. Yeah, exactly. So since I'm representing fresh produce production in controlled environments of greenhouse, in my opinion, those are fears, and they look back to lack of information and a lot of perception. But as we know, perception is what's important, not the reality. That's what matters. So what we need to do is we need to work, like you said as well, to inform, and give a reality picture as close to the truth as possible. So about the quality, your question, about the quality of the food and all that, I cannot concur. Actually, we earned the prize last year as the most sustainable company in Paraguay. Due to a lot of reasons, we employ, we invest a lot in employing women, for example. It's 50% of our workforce, which then goes back to the families and grow the quality of life in there. And then we use sustainability techniques like recirculate what we use so that everything is very sustainable, circular economy and all those things. We are in a European Union program of monitoring and lowering carbon footprint. So in other words, no, actually our quality is really good. 90% less water, 90% less pesticides. It's the earth underneath from the forestry also point of view. It's actually not regenerative because of the greenhouses, but letting peace, so for future generations, so to say. And we produce at a factor of 10 times what traditional agriculture produces, which allows us to operate on a much lower space, which then gives space for the forests to not be killed. So actually, we actually support all that more than it's happening in Europe, where traditional agriculture is still very strong, at least in this part of Europe. In Spain and Netherlands, it's a little bit different. So, yes, that's one thing. The second is, actually, what we invite is not for us to export to Europe. It's the other way around. We are relying on European technology, which is a few generations ahead of South America, or one generation. We import greenhouses from France, the technology for irrigation from Spain. We have a lot of stuff from Europe, so we take full advantage of the mature technological advantage Europe brings, and then we bring it to Paraguay, and we adapt it to the climate, and then we use it. for the benefits of the region, it's economically not viable to export fresh produce to Europe. The market is early, so no fears from that point of view. There is no way that we can export tomatoes, peppers, lettuce to Europe. Doesn't make sense economically, so we will never do that. On the other hand, Paraguay is surprising. It's one of the top exported producers of soy and beef and all those things. But on the fresh produce, in the summer months for Paraguay, it covers only 30% of the need of the market. So actually we invite the European farmers to come produce in Paraguay to help us fill the needs of the region, not thinking of export. So we would love to import actually the European farmers to help us take care of that region of Mercosur, which is undersupplied actually in terms of agriculture, and which can benefit a lot from the experience which Europeans have. And that goes to innovation, that goes to biotechnology. We are not very strong, for example, on biotechniques. Like we have greenhouse, but we don't have the bio greenhouse, which requires a lot of know-how in terms of, beneficial insects which find diseases in a natural way and all that. And Europe would help us with that. We can imagine cooperations with universities which can send students over to learn how to deal with subtropical climates. We can imagine companies coming and opening laboratories over there to experiment building cake and stuff in the subtropical climate. We are actually building now the biggest agro park in South America, which is per definition a place in which Europe, this Mercosur, can benefit massively from the maturity of the European market.
Know-how, technology,
A lot,
experience.
yes, experience in agriculture. Everything is a little bit, not behind, but a bit, because the South American soil is so fertile and the income was low, so the wealth was low, it didn't have the need or the possibility to actually mature and advance, which Europe had. And now the time has come to grow, and it's growing massively, and as we heard, so now it's a perfect time for Europe to come there and help us grow.
So a bit different story that there was fear in Europe. We have anybody online?
We have someone that is bigger, so maybe she
Not online, but she has the video.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear what she has to say. Can we let the video through? Yes.
Christina and Carlos are there for the lecture.
Okay. We'll wait. Just what you just said. Yeah. One second. Let me just finish this sentence. I read the statistic that South American agriculture could feed about 3 billion people. And at the moment, it's about 35 to 40% of its capacity. So it's plenty of space to advance. And here, Gregor, I believe that this exchange of information is of vital importance to find out what really somebody wants. Because we have very good producers of agriculture equipment, of forestal equipment in Slovenia, especially forestal equipment. And about this, I would like to talk with Christina Gorelewski later on if she will join. Here we are top 3 in the world. Really we are. I can understand that. And here I believe we have a lot of opportunities. But even in the case, Slovenia is not self-sufficient in production of so many agricultural products. corn, maybe wheat, okay? And yeah, and we could have, let's say, for Paraguay, in a little piece of land, 100,000 hectares, that's a little plot for Paraguay, of wheat, the strategic wheat for Slovenia, if anything happens, you know.
Yeah.
So this kind of exchange of information, I believe, could be of very big importance. Can we have the video now? Yes. Great.
Welcome to today's Explainer. I want to kick things off with a massive warm welcome to all of our international delegations tuning in right now. And I want to send an especially warm greeting to distinguished business and institutional representatives joining us all the way from Slovenia. As we kick things off, you'll notice the Conco Par logo, the Confederation of Rural Cooperatives of Paraguay. They are the institutional authority that is graciously opening their books to us today, showing us exactly what makes this nation tick. So we are going to dive straight into the hard economic data. Now, we aren't just looking at random statistics here. We're actually unpacking a proven, undeniable formula. We're going to see exactly how Paraguay has emerged as the ultimate blueprint for agricultural resilience and stability, right in the very heart of South America. Here is our agenda for today. We'll be moving through 5 key areas. 1. An oasis of stability. 2. The agricultural powerhouses. 3. Excellence in livestock exports. 4. Innovation and tech transfer. And finally, number 5, alcohol, the cooperative engine. Let's jump into section 1. An oasis of stability, macroeconomic resilience. Because let's face it, you're looking at hard internationally, the absolute first thing you need is predictability. Just think about this staggering 6.6% GDP growth figure achieved in 2025. That number firmly and completely positions Paraguay as the undeniable economic growth leader within the entire Mercosur trade bloc. In a time when several global economies are just cooling down, stalling out, hitting 6.6% is a massive testament to a highly dynamic producing economy. But yet, growth is just really only half the story, right? Because comparing that massive growth with an incredibly low annual inflation rate of just 1.9% by March of 2026 demonstrates a perfectly predictable environment for foreign capital. The central bank's target is actually 3.5%, so coming in way below that shows some truly rigorous, disciplined monetary policy at work. Here's where it gets really fascinating. The local currency, the Guarani, acts as a true economic anchor. It has stood strong for over 82 years without a single event of hyperinflation. And get this, they never once had choppy zeros off their currency. That stands in stark local contrast to the historical volatility we usually see across the broader region. It just puts this incredible foundation of absolute trust. Moving right along to section 2, the agricultural powerhouse, feeding the world. Let's see how this macro stability translates into tangible real-world output, driven by really favorable climates and sustained acreage around 3.5 to 3.6 million hectares. The 2025 to 2026 campaign yielded a historic, record-breaking 11.53 million tons of soy. Even though Paraguay is geographically much smaller than its massive neighbors like Brazil and Argentina, these incredible yields make it the 6th largest producer and the 3rd largest exporter of soybeans in the entire world. That is just incredible efficiency. You can really tell that the agricultural sector acts as the primary motor for the entire nation. We saw a massive 23.4% jump in the agricultural GDP back in 2023, and that was followed by another super robust 10.5% expansion in 2025. It's a simple formula. When the fields thrive, the entire Paraguayan economy accelerates right along with it. All right, section 3, excellence in livestock exports, world-class beef. Because the land isn't just producing grains, it's raising some of the most sought-after beef on the planet. The world is constantly demanding more high-quality protein, and Paraguay is scaling up beautifully to meet that exact demand. They reached a record-breaking $2.253 billion in beef exports in 2025 alone. Just to put that into perspective, that represents a staggering 22.5% growth over the previous period. Absolutely huge. Now, how do they do it? Well, this success is driven by relentless animal health standards and a highly successful public-private partnership model that other countries are literally studying. You have strict traceability by Seneca and National Animal Health Service, along with rigid international compliance, ensuring the complete eradication of foot and mouth disease. So international buyers know exactly what they're getting. Safe, premium quality beef. Every single time. Up next is Section 4, Innovation and Tech Transfer. The science of the road. Because you definitely don't get these record-breaking yields just by hoping for rain. You get them through hardcore science. There's a massive collaborative network of research and specialized laboratories actively supporting this growth on the ground. For instance, you have Idea Grow, driving sustainable research out in the vast Chaco region. And then there's Center which trains professionals using a highly respected German dual system while running advanced soil and seed labs. India keeps Paraguay totally competitive globally with 49 approved transgenic events. And of course, science that guarantees sanitary excellence. It's a complete, deeply interconnected ecosystem of applied science. And that brings us to our final section, number 5. Koper, the cooperative engine. Behind all the tons of soy and the laboratory tests, there are real people organizing themselves to make this a reality. Honestly, this structure is best summarized by the president of Koper herself, Simona Kazuki. She emphasizes that this organization is the absolute heart of sustainable rural development. This cooperative framework unites the main production federations of the country, ensuring that the wealth, the new technology, and the progress actually reach the producers on the ground. That is what secures long-term sustainability. As we wrap up our explainer today, we return to the very institution that bridges the gap between massive global investment and local sustainable development. Seeing that Koper logo again at our close, it really represents this deep-rooted commitment to bringing the absolute best of Paraguay to the world and the best of the world right back to Paraguay's rural communities. We've seen the 82 years of bulletproof currency stability, we've seen the record-breaking harvest and the multi-billion-dollar beef exports, and we've seen the cutting-edge labs and the organized cooperative framework that ties the whole shebang together. Paraguay has built a truly formidable growth blueprint, and the data completely speaks for itself. So the only question left is, how will the rest of the world step up to partner with this rising engine in the heart of South America? Are you ready to invest? Thank you so much for joining me today, and I really hope this day has sparked some incredible ideas for you.
These were some impressive numbers on only for Paraguay and agricultural sector. In different countries, there are even so impressive numbers. Gregor pointed out standards, safety, anti-barbarism. You coming from Europe, working in South America, you understand both levels. What can you tell us? What is the reality of all that?
I think that's something which needs to be caught up. And like I said, that's something which we in my small world, right, in controlled agriculture, I know about farmer, I know that, is that we are slowly building the infrastructure to actually to improve it. So this is the beginning, and that's another thing which could benefit from Europe, but something which much as I know, it's very advanced. And in the others, people are struggling to catch up. And again, the digital data discipline, AI, and all those things, they are slowly arriving, didn't arrive yet. So a country like Slovenia could help a lot in such things to actually build the infrastructure which allow for true traceability and all those things. Yeah.
Perfect. Gregor, we heard some information. I don't know if you had it or you heard it for the first time, or but as far as I know, the agreement is providing the European market of this, all the inspections, the food coming to the European market must fulfill the standards which are in the EU. So probably that's a step forward for your local agriculture as well, because they need to.
Absolutely, and this will have, again, so now the local agriculture is in a phase in which it learns from Europe, it imports from Europe know-how, technology, and all those things, so it's less of a threat of invading the European market, so to say. Maybe it will happen in the future, but I don't know, the next 10 years, it's rather the other way around. Europe can help Paraguay and Mercosur and South America.
Maybe the point of view you didn't evaluate so much, but I think it's quite a nice invitation. Come, teach us, show us, let us know what the standards you want us to make could be. What do you think about it?
Actually, I brought you the way how an average European farmer thinks and feels. Of course, you feel and think according to the information you have. So there has been a strong lack of information on one hand. On the other hand, there has been a strong political push to pass this agreement through the process. The process was not probably the best one to say it in a diplomatic way, and that also, all those facts were also a factor of making some people even more resistant.
Yeah, of course.
That's something that made a lot of harm, I think, to this agreement, because if we take or look more into detail to other agreements which are in the process of being accepted, some people even more resistant.
Yeah, of course.
That's something that made a lot of harm, I think, to this agreement, because if we look more into detail the other agreements which are in the process of being accepted with the European Union, there are much more, many more safeguards included with it. And there is also probably one of the reasons why the reaction was that strong. Because probably we don't even know much about the safeguards or the standards in Indonesia and elsewhere. But the reaction was much stronger. So I think that all these concerns that have been pointed out are also a basis on which we should all together work together and see if there are much more things we have in common that are looking us
How these things are. Let me suggest let's prepare a farmers delegation to Paraguay, farmers to Slovenia, so the Slovenian farmers, the Slovenian fruit producing companies can see what are the standards, how the things are happening, where the vegetables or beef that we could import are living, how they are. Maybe that's the best way when you see it with your eyes, really, I can tell you the best story in your life, but still doesn't want to see it.
Yeah, I have to see it.
Absolutely. So I think that could work. I think we have.
Christina
we have.
ready, and then also online.
Very good. I was already calling you in English, Christina. Are you with us?
Europeans have towards this.
Can you hear us?
Especially in the field of
Yes, I can hear you.
That's very good. I'm so pleased to have you with us, and thank you for joining Previously we were talking about, we mentioned the fears that Europeans have towards this agreement, especially in the field of deforestation and lacking of meeting the European standards. You know this topic really well, and you're running the National Agency for the Forest, the Department of Forest. So what can you tell us about these concerns?
Well, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the SMB Forum for the kind invitation to participate in this space. And for me, it's a truly honor to have the opportunity to present you today Paraguay forestry sector and all the opportunities that we have. I'm very aware of the concerns maybe that you have about what is going on in Paraguay. So from Infona, that is the Forestry Institute of Paraguay, we are working in generate reliable information and data about forestry plantation, native forests, and all the dynamics about the change of land use of Paraguay. We also have a portal that it's online, it's in the website of Infona, that's called Portal de Bosques y Usos de la Tierra. In English, it's not the same, but it's native forest and change of land use portal. It's online, it's free, so you can go there and you can access and you can see all the Paraguayan territory and all the dynamic of the change of land use in Paraguay. So we are not only generating reliable information about the forest and the dynamic of the forest in Paraguay, but we also want to inspire that data so everyone, not only in Paraguay and South America, but worldwide, can see what is happening in Paraguay. So I'm very honored to be here and share this panel with you. And also I want to show you the new opportunity that we have in Paraguay in the forestry sector, that is the forestry plantations. Yesterday was the first steps of the industrial park for Paracel, that is, it's going to be the first cellulose plant in Paraguay. So we are very excited, and the forestry sector in Paraguay is growing very, very fast.
Perfect. We were talking about standardization, we were talking about traceability, we were talking about all these issues that were on the table, maybe not communicating, they were not communicated so well that it could be. I would like to ask Mr. Felipe Fernandez, are you with us?
You are an agribusiness expert. So we were talking about this fears of European companies towards all these issues.
Yes, I am here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to
Good morning to you. You are an agribusiness expert. So we were talking about this fears of European companies towards all these issues that are in Europe about standards, traceability, about antibiotics, all the herbicide, pesticide use in Latin American food industry. What can you tell us? What's your experience on this field? Are these fears real, or they are more political issues?
No. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this panel. Very important and strategic. We in Paraguay, our farms, our ranches, are ruled by SENAXA. SENAXA is the official veterinary institution. And SENAXA controls both
the cattle owners and the meat packing plants and everything related to animals. So in the case of the farmers who would like to produce or make animals to be ready to go to Europe, the box beef, we have the CITRA, which is the traceability program that is voluntary, and now it's mandatory since this year. So we're going to have all the cattle already identified in Paraguay in the next years, in the next few years. So all the cattle, and every cattleman has to inform the type of veterinary products that are given to the cattle. So Senaxa controls all the different products that are sold in the market, and also they have their controls at the meat packing plants to check if there are some residues in the meat. So we are very confident in the capabilities of Senaxa, and most of all the Paraguayan ranchers follows their guidelines.
That's absolutely great. Yeah, you want to add something?
Yeah, maybe from our perspective, we are working with Senate, which is another organization. They need to control and validate all the seeds, let's say, everything which enters the country agriculturally needs to be validated by these guys. And to be honest, they are a bit too much on the PCP side. It takes forever, it doesn't work, it happen in 2 weeks, happen in 3 months, and we are angry because of that, but they do their job actually at the end, and we could not get through with actually skipping some steps. Okay, so we tried, of course, because it takes too long, but then it didn't work. And I want to just anecdotal, give an example in terms of safety in our greenhouses, let's say. Imagine that in Paraguay, in summer, there are 40 degrees and up to 18% humidity. Okay? There is an environment worse than that for growing vegetables. It doesn't exist because diseases, fungus, and all these things, they thrive exactly in this environment. So to be honest, nature forces us to have high standards of safety. If someone enters the greenhouse without washing his hands, the crops will die in a couple of months, and we plant just once a year. In Europe, actually, it's much more forgiving, the climate, so to say, because it's much colder and it's not the best environment for So, long story short, nature actually forces us to be as good as we can to keep the safety standards in a natural.
I would like to ask other you, Mrs. Korolewski, in terms of technology and even going digital and automatic in forestry industry, what is the situation in Paraguay? Can Slovenia be part of this, let's say, modernization process in this industry in Paraguay?
Between Slovenia and Paraguay on forestry industry. I mentioned earlier that Slovenian forestry industry.
Sorry, I lost the audio. Maybe you can repeat the question, please.
Of course. I was asking you in order to see the possibility to open maybe a gate of possibilities between in cooperation between Slovenia and Paraguay on forestry industry. I mentioned earlier that Slovenian forestry industry and equipment production is absolutely top 5 in the world. Is there a process ongoing in Paraguayan forestry industry of digital or automatic and all this modernization? Can Slovenia be part of this process in Paraguay?
Yes, I absolutely think that yes, Paraguay has been under undergoing an important transition in the use of its forest resource. Traditionally, in the forestry economy was based on the extraction of the wood from native forests, mainly in the eastern region. However, over the past decade, the country has begun to promote a more sustainable model, encourage commercial forestry with the use of wood from forestry plantations. So this represents a more balanced economy for us. It combines production with conservation and foster new investment and generates rural employment. It's a big key of the forestry sector. The forestry sector has a big impact in the social and economic growth of the community. So we are seeing that in Paraguay and in the departments of Concepcion and Caazapá, that are the departments with the highest forestry plantations area in Paraguay. And one very important thing that in Paraguay we don't deforestate the native forest for planting forestry plantation. That is prohibited in Paraguay. We have a zero deforestation law since 2004. So more than 95% of the forestry plantations in Paraguay are free deforestation since 2005.
Have you heard any new facts? Very impressive percentage. Very impressive percentage. Thank you for sharing that with us. Record. Let's try to wrap up because our time is running out. Yeah. Have you heard any new facts, any new information that is important for even the chamber you represent are, let's say, farmers and forestry workers in Slovenia ready to share the knowledge, the know-how with people in Latin America through this agreement?
Absolutely, yes. Actually, I would like to thank you because you are doing the work that the European Commission should have done before, so it would be much easier for, I think, everybody. I think that the lack of information on one side, on the other hand, taking into consideration how an average consumer today looks like, how it functions, how it thinks, how it makes decisions when it goes to the market, to the supermarket. It's very important on how we should set our strategies in the future. I think there is a lot of room for cooperation. And I'd like also to point out that for the European Union right now we're talking a lot about GIs, so the geographic indicators. Europe is thinking on how to show or manifest how some of the products have been produced in Europe or short chain of so on and so on. So it's a challenge also for somebody who is trying or willing to export either the EU. So it's a challenge also in terms of making as transparent as possible to make people able to see where something can be produced and to what standards. So make them sure that they're buying some product which is safe and also has been respecting high social standards, so that people who are working somewhere are not being produced. We respect also high standards in terms of animal welfare.
I would like to
so it's not a challenge just for some countries or some parts of the globe.
Okay, I can see that you can hear us. If we try to wrap up this panel, we heard about all the process. I would like to go to Mr. Fernandez, if you can hear us. Okay, I can see that you can hear us. If we try to wrap up this panel, we heard about, say, the read about all the process that you are going through, the controls and everything. Where you personally see the possibility of cooperation between European farmers and, let's say, your organizations?
I believe that the European farmers can first come to invest in Paraguay if they're interested in exporting goods, especially animal-based goods like box beef. Because we raise in Paraguay mainly, the cattle we raise mainly on pasture. So it's a very organic product. It's a natural product. We are in Paraguay in the best place of the world to produce biomass. Biomass is equal to grass, and grass is the feed for animals. And we have absence of elevations. We don't have mountains. We have a flat-landed country with a lot of sunlight. And sunlight is the one of the main inputs for growing grasses, as well as tropical climate and humidity. We have enough rainfall ranging from 600 millimeters per year in the northeastern Chaco and West Chaco, and maybe 2,000 in the areas of Alto Paraná. So we have all the inputs that we need to raise grass at a very low cost, probably a third of the cost of the same products like hay bales in Argentina, Uruguay, or Brazil. So the idea would be enticing European investors to come down to Paraguay, to check the country, and see the opportunities of the business opportunities here. There are many scales ranging from maybe 500 animals in beef cattle production, or maybe 50 animals in dairy cattle production. There are we can offer business plans for all these type of different activities. And then the idea would be to make a tailor-made product for export to Europe.
Working together with thank you for your thoughts, for your workers and expertise, for what you shared with us. Maybe with Mrs. Gogoralewski, your final thoughts about cooperation, about the possible working together with, let's say, Slovenian food workers and experts in this field. Can you share any of your ideas?
Yes, Paraguay is a country of opportunities. Like Carlos, Mr. Pedretti say before me, I think Paraguay has the biggest opportunity for investment. And here we have a very stable macroeconomy. We have a lot of data from every sector, agriculture, cattle, and forestry. And today I want to invite you to know more about Paraguay and the investment opportunities that you can have here. Paraguay just obtained the second highest level of certification this year. And I also want to share with you this tool that I don't know if you are seeing, but it's the Infona website. It's a free and open source tool that seeks to make Paraguay forestry dynamics more transparent. You can go there, it's online, it's free, so you can see all the dynamics of the forest, of the native forest of Paraguay, the forestry plantation. And we also have a tool that you can go there and you can make an analysis if the area that you want to invest is free from deforestation since 2005. Like I see, in Paraguay we have a law in the eastern region since 2005 that prohibited the change of land use from native forest to another use. So we are very transparent with that data. It's online, you can go there and you can see. So we are a very reliable country to invest, and we hope that before this panel, after this panel, we can discuss every investment project that you have, and mainly in the forestry area that's growing very fast. The last 2 years, we grew forestry plantation more than 66%, so it's a big opportunity for investment too in the forestry sector. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this. Daniel, your final thoughts.
My final thoughts. I hope I didn't strike much. First, I want to say that this is not a threat, clearly. That's an opportunity by far. It's something which directly serves Slovenia, Europe, and so on. Again, an insight from my control, so greenhouse, hydroponic agriculture, which applies for sure to the food agriculture. The world is getting crazy a bit, like right? These geopolitical threats and the wars and all those things is not getting less. The energy costs are growing like crazy. The water is finishing. Parts of Spain, it's a big problem. They have a lot of greenhouses and so on. In Netherlands, it's not sustainable anymore because of the energy costs and again a little bit of water problems. Then in Mexico, for example, in the north, close to the United States, because traditionally where thousands, hundreds of hectares of greenhouse exist, and that was pumping a lot of fresh produce into the States and into the world, also to Europe a little bit. Those guys, they are in a deep crisis now. Again, they have problems also with the water. So I know that at least in the greenhouse part, a lot of companies or farmers or people are slowly going down towards the tropics or subtropics. Paraguay is a paradise from that point of view. Leaving aside the legal framework, which is very stable, it's such an abundance of water and of such a good quality, it's unbelievable. Then is the energy, which is one of the cheapest in the world and the cheapest in the world. I really see a opportunity, like, how about packing a bunch of farmers into a cooperative or whatever, and go and open something in Paraguay and pack your knowledge in a suitcase and let's go and build there something which fits the world in a way, you know, and which makes them wealthier in a way. It's truly an opportunity and we should all benefit. And it's not a threat also because first the regions demand this and it's far away from being fit. So the region is not in a position to export prime, to be honest, in many areas. It's actually, let's go there, you know, fill the demands of the local market and then go maybe feed the world in a way. And bring the know-how, biotechnology, technology, all those things. And I don't know, processed food would be something which should be exported. Right? Not fresh, but
thank you all my panelists
here and much there
for being part of this wonderful Thank you all my panelists for participating. Thank you so much for being part of this panel.
The discussion is continuous, as you said in Slovenia, but I have to mention, we have to be grateful and happy that we are run by the Kokica that is actually taking care of our snacks, and we, Santa Margarita, as we said, Matetic, and La Natura Vitamin Coffee that will boost our energy to continue at 3:20, we'll go on with energy, logistics, and automotive industry. So, one of the key.
Amigo, para siempre.
Samo da odgovorim.
Odgovori.
Hablas español todavía no. Still no, English. He's Argentinian. He's literally in charge of our Latin American states and the CEO of our company, and he's taking us our life. He's Argentinian.
Hi. I'm Tito.
citizen of the world.
We could try to switch to the Wi-Fi.
Maybe, yes. But first I need to download the data.
Yeah, no. We could try to switch to the Wi-Fi.
If the situation is but first I need to download the data.
Yeah, no, I just for
Shall I bring it to it or we'll go there?
the audio, it's yeah. Now when the people go, it's working good. But,
Yeah, because the internet is dropping. Yeah, but Bakir is following us, and he said, "Look, video is not always on, but the voice, the sound works, so we can listen, and it's good." Yeah. Bakir is our.
amazing.
Bakir is following us.
I am receiving message from Roberto from Alejandro.
Hey, million Alejandro centers.
We had 6 Alejandro.
Yeah, I was like.
Fuck you, and one the speaker. Yeah, and she didn't want to pretty nice. Okay, I'll remember. Ja tole, ko izklapljam, ne moram naštemati.
A ti dam jaz moj računal, ali ti nič ne bo, če ti dam
Lahko za itek zoper. En odbor, v vsakem panelu 3 gor.
Stvari so se spremenile.
Piše, da se sam po eno uživa v Sloveniji. Se meni se nisem sam to je, što me tako popinati. Sam jaz pa ne moram nič narediti, veš, pa da me piše tako v WhatsAppu, na telefonu in nimam ja, jaz ne moram. Telefon je tam tlej pa, če sprem WhatsApp, piše čez celo želkom. WhatsApp last messages zaslon.
Jaz sem mu pisala, da mu pride sem, zdaj pa on tebe tipka.
Ne, se mi ne tipka, sam imam ga v WhatsAppu med zadnjimi
GDPR, vse nobeno. Vse je v redu, Martin, jaz sem ti napisala, zdaj grem edin preveriti, če tale ženska, ki naj bi bila tle in je zdaj online, kako so vsi tle?
Srednja bega.
Aha, ok. Pa ti grem tam hrano iskati? Ne?
Nekaj mi moramo popraviti.
Ja, veš kaj, mi moramo še tehniko zrihtati, ja. To je drugače Martin, v privat času moj brat, veš?
Dobar dan. Martin, v privat času njema.
Ne, on je Jarc.
Aha, Jarc.
Moja mami se sam še ni poročala. Ja, prvo je ježal vzela, pa je rekla, grem na nekaj večjega. Na nekaj...
Vi pa ste? Nisem ujel.
Jaz sem Tičo Župančič, jaz sem ambasador slovensko-nizozemskega poslovnega kluba, ambasador Slovenian Business kluba, jaz vodim strateško komisijo v svetu za razvoj in Mercosurju, pa sem pa kaj sem v start-upu.
No, bravo, pa Urška vas objema.
Ja, Zursko pa slučajno zelo rada. Zato, ker je fantastična punca, ampak to ti veš bolj kaj jaz.
To pa vem, ja.
Tičo je...
Tukaj ste se zdaj pred kamero.
Pred kamero smo se objela, evo.
To je bilo posneto, pa še
let it go wild.
Ja, the love is real. Tičo je bil, midva sva se spoznala, ker je bil Tičo še na ministrstvu za te kohezije.
Jaz sem bil državni sekretar za razvoj.
Ja, in je imel tako prodorne ideje že takrat, a veš, kam so... On je bil en tistih, a veš, kar rečeš, ker se midva se blazno jeziva, kako Slovenija nima nobene strateške vizije politično, ne. Tičo je bil pa tist, ker je imel tako za 30 let naprej, v kaj bi bilo dobro, da se usmerimo pa razvijamo, da bomo res, ne Švica, neki unik v tem prostoru. Tičo je bil ta človek, no.
Jaz smo se Sezurovce, ne? Oni smo dobili Sezurovce novo svet za razvoj. In je 12 akademikov.
Ja.
Igor Jemri je predsednik tega.
Igor Jemri, moj ljubi profesor s faksa.
Igor je mene povabil, če bi prišel zraven.
Ja.
Ampak ko sem bil par mesecev, so zavrteli, pa so rekli, da ne stignem in delam jaz. Zdaj ima ekipa, ko imam noter ljudi imajo eno pa dva PhD-ja, ne?
Ja.
Sem te kategorije. Jaz sem pa njihov šef, sem pa poizobraz, bi višji poslanki smitene.
Če v štabu kdaj še kakšnega, ki nima poizobrazbe, je pa pri Emeriju študiral z veseljem pridal. Ne, mi trije gremo enkrat. Igor je že takrat je bil on čist drugačen. Čist. On je imel že takrat, ko smo mi začeli študirati, to je bilo 97 leta, imel največji laboratorij, ki je z Japonci delal, pa ne vem, kaj tiste njegove polimere. In on je skozi brcal njegove študente, da ne gledati samo tehniko, da mora širina. Ne ti delati razvoja zaradi razvoja, ne samo neki...
On je vedno hodil biznis, pa je zdaj pogruntil, da tega ni znal. Zdaj pa nov koncept, ki je lansiral, je pa Inventive in Slovenija, ki je gospodarska zbornica naredila Made in Slovenija, ne?
Ja.
Mi rekel, to je bullshit, ne? To sem velika zgodba, ko so Tajci to naredili pred 15 leti, je bilo smiselno, pa v njihovi položaju.
Ja.
Pa se oni so zdaj moving from Made, ne?
Ja.
To kitajska produkta, ki bo svet preplavila zdaj, to je narejeno v Vietnamu, v Sri Lanki, njim ne več treba delati.
Ja, seveda.
On je pogrunil, da imamo dejansko izjemne propozicije v Sloveniji, samo te propagirati. In to zdaj razvijamo vse v scenu, skupaj, kot smo to naredili. SBC so to zame edina slovenska podjetja.
Ja, ki imajo neko, ja.
In super, no. In pojko te fante malo gor. Super.
Evo, vidiš.
In so mi že sem pa kje me že tepejo po Sloveniji, da sem znanost iz vitrine potekal. Da niso več tam nekje...
Ja, seveda, nekje pozabljeni od vsega, ja, seveda, ne sej. Ne, bravo. Vidi, dober tek, mi trije bomo pa šli enkrat na eno kosilo v Ljubljani.
A ste v Ljubljani zdaj? A ni bila ti nekaj na Dunaju?
Ne, mi smo vse posod, v Gracu imamo pospeševalnik, v Argentini imamo pisarno, tako da jaz sem 3 mesece na letu v Argentini.
Še bolj zdravo, kot sem jaz mislil.
Jaz sem vse posod, živim pa v Ajdovščini. On pa malo naprej od Kranja.
V Ajdovščini? Pa to je najbolj progresivno mesto v Sloveniji.
Sej vem, odkar sem se preselila.
Ja, kje pa ti povej, kje pa to podjetje nastaja vrhunskih tam?
Burja.
Nekje, vem.
Burja, nekaj jemo, malo nas pika.
Nekaj se spremenil.
Jaz sem tudi nekoč skoraj obtičal tam. Jaz sem bil trener Fruktala. Jaz sem jih pripeljal v Superligo in so mi hoteli profesionalno zaposliti. Sem rekel, ja seveda, če mi date stanovanje. Sem mi tam eno histo iskal, pa vse, pa sem v Holandijo. Ampak, ne, to je posebna liga, pogledaj Ivota, ne?
Ja, vem.
Ne, en za drugim podjetjem ustanavlja, ki grejo v tako, ne, pa, no, stranca ni naravno moj tip, se tudi ne poznava, ampak to, kar ona, tam to, kar ona delata, to je lahko samo uspeh.
Absolutno.
Bioseparation je super uspeh, ne? Pa tako naprej.
Leone, sladoledi, Inkom, v celem svetu.
To smo moji fanti, ne? Andi.
Ja, seveda se je bil košarkaš.
Andi je pri meni igral, ne?
Naša mama je bila v njega zaljubljena, so bili sosedi.
V Andija?
Zdaj pa ne vem, ali v Andija ali v Markota. Ker sem bila jaz majhna, smo bili...
Kjer letnik si ti?
Jaz sem 78. Mami je bila 56.
Ne, Andi je pa 55.
Ja, Marko pa ne vem, čez cesto so živeli, tako da jaz sem k njihovi noni sem hodila na kavo z mojo nono.
Marko je 52. Mene je Savo tako
have a presentation and a video. You want the video here. The video is what I send you.
Right here. Who's the last one?
On je v Primorju, ne? Inženir. Zelo prijeten fant je bil. Sem pa jaz so od njega tudi rekel,
kaj se je zgodilo s tem mladim fantom?
Tako prijeten fant je bil, tako prijeten. En mlad inženir Primorja, ki je bil predsednik košarkarskega kluba Fruktal. Savo je pa vsem našetaru. Savo je v bistvu policiran tudi snov, sem na tem.
I already sent with the name of him.
Andi je kaj?
I'll download it now, since my computer is not
fundacijo naredil. Zadnjo se nisem govoril.
Evo vidiš, može reči, pa se bomo pa v Ajdišnji en dan drugi podjeli.
So let se nisem vedela. Andi je bil priden.
Ja, vsi so še zdaj fejst fanti.
Andi je bil malo
je pa nedoknadno spremnost.
Pa bo tak ljudi, ko so vjehne posprešeni, ko smo govorili, da nimam nobenih dispozicij, se rekel, pa ti delov se vsak lahko doče. Šutiral.
Ja, valjda, ja, od bilo kje, ne, ja, valjda, ja, isto.
Šutiral je več kot drugi. Drugi bo zadel dosti, ti bo vse. Mladi bo tak.
Ja, ga bravo.
Jednostavno je to delo, ki je zazel vse.
Ja, kaj pa? Ja, strategija, ne? Dober tek, tičo, da ne boš ostal brez kosila. Aha, vidiš, kad čez 20 minut že, ja, bomo malo nadaljevali. Tukaj vzuni takoj, ja. Tam, kje je bila kava.
Se bi se tudi s tem ne bomo govorili, da
se moramo popraviti. Moram pogledati, kaj sem bo.
Moj krajke počitno.
Ampak sem tale košček, tole, tle. Ne, daj. Mogoče bo končno bi spoznal ljudi, ki so iz njegovih krajev v Sloveniji. Danes smo zdaj že kar nekaj folka, ki špansko govori, pa tle živijo. Tale ima že, sam ne vem, odkaj točno. Ja. Tako nima motorga.
Ja, čakaj, samo.
Ne, ga veš, tukaj pa imam za... Ojo, to res moč, če pojem še to.
Pojej se. Vse mi pojej.
Questo arriva a casa sì, poi. Che tu, no? Allora sì. Y nada, vino después la una.
Не знаю.
Ella hace 1000 cosas, la cual
Image.
está respondiendo compañía argentina también. Se me pidió yo y...
All are stretching me. Where do I play?
Así que si vos decís que intentás vivir tu vida al máximo...
Малко шутимо neki
Super zbernijo furata, da oba dva dobro volimo zdravo. gram, pa več ka ne.
Ne gre. Pač bomo pustili online, da se premika. Bomo drugič naš, ko ima neka lunch break. Pa bo nekaj se vrši.
Lahko v četu napišeš.
Četam, ja, lahko v četu.
Pa si videla čet v YouTube, to je tvoj kanal. Kako le napišeš? Until 15-20 cent.
Okay.
Četam.
Ja, internet. Odprti. Povi, ki si bili. Bog ne, kako mi tam buzi. Kako mi tam buzi. Pa ne to, ti mi se ne povedal, si tam tako bil si neki najbolj že poistni. Najbolj že po našmu skačejo. Ja, koga je stane jezik na naš? Jaj, more energy, more fun, more jump.
More jump, ja. Skop padla zdaj. Če zdaj da grem prebrat, ko sem si poštimala odgovor na neka vprašanja, ki jih najbolj pol ne bo. Ker je vse drugače, kot je bilo. Se vidiš, da tudi pozabil, da imam prezentacijo. Noben zdaj ne prezentiral prezentacijo.
Ja, se sagrano se.
Če greš prebrat, ko sem si poštimala odgovor na neka vprašanja, ki jih najbolj pol ne bo. Ker je vse drugače. Aha, čakaj, grem jaz brat moja.
Strongly recommended.
Strongly recommended.
Strongly recommended.
Lo sabías, Carmen.
Sí, tiene un abuelo. O, no sé. El padre. Claro, el padre. Muy bien. Dona. Teniente Rodríguez. Y San Martín. Ah, mira. Mira. Clemente. Sí, tiene un abuelo. Qué bueno. Qué bueno, che. Sí, corriente. Está bueno. Todos los soldados se fueron a la familia. Sí, los mandaron de ahí. Ah, bien. Finalmente. Sí, lo que dijo la muerte. Sí. ¿Y vos a José dónde lo conoces? José lo conocí acá en Uruguay, con un amigo uno. Ah, qué bueno, sí. Bueno, así la vida. ¿Esta empresa la fundaste vos? Esta de Boca. Sí. ¿De Boca? Es de Boca, la promoción de esto. ¿Y qué es lo que hace Boca? Aparte de esto, estamos haciendo programas de aceleración, comenzar empresas con startups, coaching. Ah, coaching, qué bueno eso. Yo también hago. Pero todo técnico, yo soy ingeniero. ¿Y vos qué sos? No, ella de la coach, la de todo lo demás. Busca ingeniera. ¿Cómo de? Mecánica. Mi papá es ingeniero mecánico, mi hermano también. Sí, está buenísimo, ingeniero mecánica.
Just don't talk something super private. You're live streaming on YouTube, so anything super private.
Ah, sí?
Maybe not now. There is a speaker. Yeah. Everything is on YouTube.
No, pará, sacame.
Right? Everything is on.
No, pero de verdad es activo el stream.
Yeah.
Ah, sí?
Maybe not. You're live. Wait. Hello, people. Welcome to my live stream. Yeah. Everything is on YouTube.
Bueno, no, pará, sacame.
See? Now everything works. The problem is...
¿Y si yo lavo corriente? ¿Sí va?
You're live.
Oh, perdón.
Si yo lavo corriente?
transportation is going, and this is literally what we're actually on this, and we're literally dealing with this topic. So
Mr. Rafa is online. We have also Bruno Raposo, Director Energy to Data Digital Assets online. Welcome. Then we have Mr. Miguel Taylor, Director of Sustainable Logistics. And again, in person, on the inviting President, and now I know you will correct me, CCIS, Transportation Association. Some welcome.
As we can, Mr. Miguel Taylor, Director of Sustainable Logistics Mercosur, and again, in person, I'm inviting Mr. Chedomir Brunic, President, and now I know you will correct me, of CCIS, Transportation Association. So join us, please, and Robert, the word is all yours and of your guests.
Thank you. We started a little bit less than 2 hours ago with talking about quantities, but we didn't say anything how this, let's say, quantities from Latin America or Europe will travel in between the continents. We are not neighbors. There is a big ocean in between, and we need to cross the equator, so the travel time is long and is important. But not only that, this is just the logistics part. We will also talk about the energy sector, which I believe for any country is one of the strategic sectors. I strongly believe that the energetic if you produce enough energy, it's absolutely strategic. Food, water, energy will be the commodities that every country will need to be independent. And the other thing is the sector of automotive. Important for Latin America, absolutely important for Slovenia. This sector in Slovenia employs around 42,000 people, which is around 4% of all labor in Slovenia. So quite an important sector. Ushka already presented the guests. Mr. Javier and I will start with you. You have a presentation. If you want to go there, if not, you have the remote. And anywhere you want, please, I'll pass you the remote. Okay.
So we mentioned the sectors or industries that we will speak today, and I made just quick view on why these sectors are also very important for Slovenia. So let me start with the logistics and distribution sector. As we are also in Koper, where one of the most important ports in Europe is located. So Slovenia is naturally one of the gateways for doing business in Europe. And in our geostrategic location, our port of Koper, Central and Eastern Europe. Maybe in addition to this geostrategic location, we benefit with you can cover the whole Central and Eastern Europe. Maybe in addition to this geostrategic location, we benefit with really efficient clearance procedures and supported by streamlined custom process. With digitalization of documentation, and also because we are one European market, all the regulatives are managed already in Slovenia. I would also like to stress out that Slovenia ranks among world top performers in terms of energy sector. I will come back to that later.
fusion thanks to our shared history also with Europe and also with the Balkan region. It's easy to access more than 500 million customers along the continent, especially for the DACH market, as I mentioned, Germany and Austria, especially for Austria. Slovenia or Port of Koper is the key entry point. Also for Hungary and Czech Republic and Slovakia. Then I would like to go on the automotive sector. Automotive and mobility is one of the key sectors in Slovenia. It directly employs more than 8,000 employees, indirectly more than 40,000 employees. It brings more than 10% of our GDP, and I can say that every car that is produced in Europe has at least one part that is made in Slovenia. So we are really strongly integrated into the European automotive supply chain. Especially our companies are specialized in high-value components, and more or less we are tier 1 or tier 2 suppliers. We have also OEM producer here with Renault, and also with the new brands coming from East, we are also in the talks regarding the new brands bringing the production into Europe. Just a little bit of companies that are already present here. I would also further on like to stress out the future where we see the automotive sector going. It's not about automotive itself, it's about the mobility. It's not only electrification of cars, it's also aviation, air taxis, and so on. Here is also where our focus is going. So together with our automotive cluster and also with the companies that are connected into the project GREMO, Green Mobility. So that means green and digital transformation in the Slovenian automotive industry. And the main goal is transition to electric mobility, increased innovation, and also higher added smart sensors, software. What we see in the potential collaboration here is with automotive companies on higher value, and especially in this future mobility, electrification, electrical propulsion, and smart sensors, software, and so on. Energy sector. Slovenia, we are not self-sufficient in energy. We are almost half of the energy is covered by the domestic producers or resources. So half we import, but we also import, regarding the petroleum products, we import 100% of the product. Last year, we are really, we grow in solar plants and hydro. But hydro last year, we have a little bit less of input of these resources because there were really high drought season, so there were not so much water, and that is also why we would like to be more independent with not only hydropower but also with solar plants, and we are also, the government is thinking to build another nuclear plant, but it's the plans are also evolving, and we will see
Insight on Slovenia's perhaps we have Mr. Wolf with us online, or no? No, we don't have it. Rafael. Okay. Is Mr. Spotty? Are you here? Yeah. Welcome to our panel. Mr. Spotty, how are you doing today?
It's a pleasure for me to talk about Paraguay because this is my country. We are developing now. We are doing very high opportunity. And it's something how we can the planet run almost 100% of renewable energy. Not for our future plan, right now, today, almost not. And Paraguay is treasure that has 100% of renewable energy. When we start the group 5 or 6 years ago, we did the first 100 megawatts data center in South America. And it was our first experience in data centers. Data center is one of the more the highest uptime rate in South America, Bitcoin mining data center, and we also bring a lot of companies like Martin Digital Holdings, Big Farms, Hive Digital Holdings, the highest uptime rate in South America, Bitcoin mining data center, and we also bring a lot of companies like Martin Digital Holdings, Big Farms, Hive Digital Holdings, from NASDAQ, companies from the States and all around the world. And now Paraguay has 1 gigawatt of Bitcoin mining. And why this is important? Because in Paraguay we have only 7 million people sitting on top of Itaipú, the second largest dam on earth. Plus Yacyretá and plus Acaraya, there are other smallest dams. And we produce more clean energy than we could ever burn through ourselves. So for 50 years, Paraguay did only the wrong thing, maybe to solve the surplus for pennies at a discount to the other country, to the neighbors. Brazil and Argentina just improved their countries with Paraguay energy. We were, as I said, we were sitting on a treasure and ready it out like a parking lot. I don't know. But there's what nobody tells to us. While we were giving this energy away, the world runs out of energy. Artificial intelligence, data center, Bitcoin mining, the entire digital economy is starving for burning electrons. Every hyperscaler, every miner, every AI lab on Earth, it's on knees right now, hunting for energy that is abundant, available, and renewable. We can make different choices here for Paraguay. It's very difficult because sometimes the politics and the business and the society doesn't talk in the same language, especially I think in South America. This is the window, and I need you to understand something about windows. They close, obviously. The global race for computing is being decided in the next maybe 2.5 years. The capital is moving right now. The contracts are being signed right now. And whoever locks up energy first, locks up for a next generation. The next generation depends on the decision we make today. First movers give the infrastructure of the century. Everyone else gets to watch it happen somewhere else. And this is the Paraguay energy part I really care about as a Paraguayan, as an investor, as a lawyer of technology. The opportunity is not to keep exporting cheap electrons like a colony. The opportunity is to bring the world's compute here in Paraguay. Mine Bitcoin here, trade the knowledge here, build industrial parks here, and turn Paraguay energy into Paraguay value, Paraguayan jobs, and obviously Paraguayan sovereign. We didn't engineer this moment. This is something just happened. A global energy emergency just walked straight into our national energy surplus. That's not a strategy. That's destiny showing up at the door, and we need to keep moving fast to do this. And the only question left is whether we're awake enough to answer. Paraguay can be the clean compute capital of the Americas, and also from the world. The energy is already flowing, the tank is already turning. I talk about 1 gigawatt of Bitcoin mining, but Paraguay has the availability of 2 gigawatts immediately, because we are still selling to Brazil, and we can recover this energy and use it in Paraguay to create this technological pole in the world. And let's walk through it before someone closes the window. That's my main concern here. Europe, you guys know something about energy that the rest of the world. You learned recently. Europe learned that energy is not a utility bill, it's sovereign. The moment the pipelines got political, the whole continent remembered that the country which controls your electrons controls your future. And here's the Europe's problem. You have the ambition, the cleanest climate targets on the earth. You have the capital, you have the engineers, you have the knowledge, and you have the demand. Every AI lab and data center in Frankfurt, Amsterdam, Lithuania is screaming for power. What you don't have is enough energy, abundant energy to feed it. The grid is full, your prices are among the highest on the planet, and every data center is now competing with a hospital or a neighborhood or with people for that scarce electrons. So you have two choices. You can keep paying premium prices to fight over a shortage at home, or you can put your capital where the energy already is. You are welcome to Paraguay, always. We are a very warm country, but the people is also warm, and also we have good asados and good meat to enjoy, and good food. And in Slovenia, of all places, should understand Paraguay. A small nation, mountains and rivers, Paraguay don't have a lot of mountains, but we have little hills here. Power that comes from water, not smoke. A country that has always punched about its size and water independence like the only thing worth guarding, because it's Slovenia, I think, doesn't need a lecture on what clean energy is worth. Slovenia just needs to say, to see a strategic partner in other part of the world, kilometers away, with a country with the same instinct, but with energy surplus. So here is the invitation. European capital, European technology, European ambition, meeting Paraguay energy that is abundant, available, and renewable. You bring the demand, we bring the power, and together we build the clean compute Europe kind of physically fit inside our borders. That's my invitation to today, and I'm very happy to keep the conversation going if you have some questions.
Of course, Mr. Marcotti, I will remember your words, your invitation when we come in with the business delegation later in the autumn, that we are welcome there, especially the words about the beautiful asado, okay?
Of course.
Okay, fine. I'm happy that Mr. Wolf has joined. Can you hear us? Is he frozen or?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great.
Yes, I hear you.
Great. We are so happy to have you. We have listened to the presentation of Mr. Fabian, who is the representative of opportunities in automotive
Yes, I'm hear you. I can talk.
Okay. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. We listened to the presentation of Slovenian opportunities in, especially in automotive in industry, since you are acting as the president of automotive supplier of Paraguay and Brazil, correct? I have the right information. How can your producers?
Yes. Yeah, it's correct.
Okay, so I have some experience in automotive. I worked in automotive for about 13 years. Tell me, what's the situation over there? How can your producers be included in, let's say, Slovenian automotive supply chain, or vice versa? Where do you see, if there is any possibility, to include Slovenian suppliers, usually they are tier 1 or tier 2, into your automotive industry?
Well, I will do some videos presentation of our activity and talk about some points in Spain, Paraguay, manufacturing products, automotive products for aftermarket, oil productions in the heavy trucks parts. So I will make a little presentation, and after I will talk about the opportunity of the Paraguay and Slovenia to make a great business for automotive parts and every other kind of sectors can be explored here. Many things Paraguay can be manufactured if you have a good relationship of with another countries, especially Europe, United States, and mainly Brazil, Argentina, and other countries in South America, because the localization of Paraguay and strategic localization in the heart of America, South America. So I thought as your presentation, I will compare with you. This one here. Open my presentation here. Well, only open here. Well,
We can hear you, but we cannot see your presentation.
You guys here? Let me see. Now, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we cannot see your presentation.
Okay. You can see my presentation?
Yeah, at the moment we don't.
Let me see. Now, let me see here.
No. It was seen before.
This one?
At the moment we don't see anything.
Let me see here. It's that one. Now okay?
Okay. If you make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, when we are manufacturing automotive parts, and we start our show to Brazil here. We start our journey in Paraguay in 2007 when Paraguay opened the doors and showed to Brazil the opportunities of manufacturing here. And with our large experience in auto parts, mainly tail lights, for side markers, and for heavy industry, and then auto parts, trucks, buses, and for agriculture, we saw opportunity to explore the low taxes and how Paraguay showing how they can put grow up in these sectors, mainly to export from Brazil to Brazil and Argentina, one of the biggest market that we export in the last 20 years. So we start in 2007 from a little factory of SMD, and now you are an international player in the global market and practice SMD, LED panels, automated wiring harness, mini electronic solution, amplifiers, sound amplifiers, import to German, United States mainly, and Brazil. So this is our installation, automatic wiring, automatic amplifier. We have some equipment, and our line production. If with equipment from Japan, United States, and China too, to make excellent in LED and harness, and software to electronics, and exploring to the localizations how can tell you about the localization of trucks and global totality and freight control and everything you are making here in our factory. We have the main equipment to control the quality and application of terminals of harness, control of traction, everything you could do to make an excellent product. So Paraguay is very interesting place. Some amplifier production. This is now you are doing in test laboratory, quality, PCBs, amplifiers. This is our ion. We have the main this is our this is now you are doing in IFA, LED tail lights, PCBs, amplifiers. This is our IM client, and harness to our low satellite localization control. And imagine these opportunities that Paraguay can offer to us. We are saw a movement to be and to new partners. Paraguay is starting to be important player in because of the low taxes and the good employers, the good laws, they are facilitating our operation, our export to many countries. Our main partner is Brazil, but now you are in export to United States with excellent quality, approving oil products, and so with this structure that government Paraguay is building here, and roads and ports and future energy, electric energy, hydroelectric. It's excellent opportunity to bring partners to development here, manufacturing here, and exporting for many countries that could be by air, by fluvial, uh, by sea. You have these channels to logistic channels to send products for every place of the world. So let's open I. So with these opportunities, I
Everybody speaking at least one foreign language. So, and we are very open economy, and also our people are very open to adopt new technologies. What are the main industries that are developed or growing here in Slovenia? These traditional industries from manufacturing, metalworking, advanced manufacturing, automotive, electric and electronics. Then we see big opportunities on robotics and also now on defense. One of the most, let's say, the highest growing industries here are the investments in last year are enormous, and also in the future. Big opportunities for I mentioned that we are good in niche specific industries. It's not only known by our sportsmen world that we are champions in sports, but we are also champions in business. We have companies like Elan, Pipistrel, the first EV airplane that was sent. The company is more than 150. This is which specific niche leaders on this market. And I also have to mention our high-tech institutes. They are in cooperation with global companies such as special coatings for solar power plants. And also we have UNESCO, the first UNESCO AI Institute in Slovenia. And with this, we bring everything together, like people, companies, and the institution. And of course, also the government is supporting innovations with special incentives for tax deduction, because the companies can have 100% tax deduction if they invest in R&D, and or 40% of tax deduction if they invest in tangible assets. And this is also where we want to go. All the tenders that the government and the institutions that we are putting out are towards this. How to help companies to invest and bring the project, bring out projects that focus on R&D. And also, we have a special investment law
help the company navigate to the foreign market. Now we have Mr. Jimenez with us. Luis Jimenez from the representative of ADB.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity, and I hope we can be able to assist many of the issues that I have been hearing throughout the course of this afternoon in terms of making that bridge between Slovenia and Latin America. And just first of all, I want to say it's a great pleasure to join all of you today for this strategic Mercosur business forum. And I would like to really thank Slovenia for the continued support and partnership with the IDB has been receiving with Latin America and the Caribbean. And to thank the organizers of the forum for bringing us together today. Just to give you by way of background in terms of the IDB, the IDB group is composed of three institutions. We have the IDB itself, which is the public sector window, IDB Invest for the private sector, and IDB Lab, our venture capital arm. And together we provide financing solutions, technical assistance, and knowledge to countries in the region, leveraging the support of European partners as well. With Slovenia, we have a long track record of collaboration in all three dimensions, and I am proud to say that we are the first multilateral development bank to have received a grant contribution from Slovenia to support Latin American and Caribbean countries in areas such as forestry and the wood industry, river basin management, digital solutions for the transport sector, and the protection of the Amazon. We are very much thankful for Slovenia's support to IDB Invest recapitalization and its new model of originate to share, which includes a renewed emphasis on strengthening collaboration with European firms, including Slovenia. And this is why we have created an international business office based in Madrid with my colleague Pablo, that's also here, an effort to strengthen origination. Finally, we are also very pleased to have recently welcomed Slovenia as the latest member of IDB Lab to bring new opportunities for the innovation ecosystem. Turning now to the EU-Mercosur agreement. On a global scale, this agreement is historic. It's a historic milestone, creating a market of over 700 million people, representing around 20% of global GDP and more than 1/3 of global trade. This has significant potential to boost trade, investment, and regulatory convergence. From our perspective, the IDB Group is uniquely positioned to support this process with 48 member countries, including all Mercosur members, and 13 countries from the EU, including, of course, which was made as a natural bridge. We see significant potential for Mercosur. The agreement opens up major opportunities, particularly through preferential access to the EU market and integration into high value chain, high standard value. According to IDB estimates, the agreement could deliver substantial economic and social benefits. Exports to the EU could increase by up to 23%, depending on the country, and GDP could rise by around 1.7% on average among Mercosur countries. As the main source of development financing this being the IDB for the region, we'd like to highlight that the agreement has the potential to bring down poverty rates by between 1 and 3.5%, depending on. So how is the IDB Group supporting Mercosur countries in regarding the agreement? IDB is already supporting countries across the full life cycle of the agreement through national action plans, the regional ministries of economy and finance, combining regional coherence with country-specific priorities. Our idea is really to accompany member countries during the gradual tariff liberalization and the transition period. We are doing this through combining technical assistance as well as financing, including policy-based loans for regulatory reforms, investment opportunities to strengthen implementing institutions and support the firm, including SMEs, to meet new standards and increase their competitiveness. To help Mercosur countries maximize the benefits of the agreement while managing transition costs, ensuring it becomes a platform for sustainable, inclusive growth and integration. This is on the Mercosur side. So what is IDB doing on the European side? What can we do for a country like Slovenia and for the private sector there? For us, the key question is how to bring European countries into the process, and this is exactly where Fit for the Americas comes in. Just to give you an order of magnitude, since 2010, European firms have won 1,978 contracts for up to $3.4 billion US. In May 2024, IDB launched in Europe the Fit for the Americas program, which is designed to continue fostering business opportunities and strengthen economic ties between 26 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe. The program focuses on three pillars. First one I mentioned, the procurement, the second being the financing, and the fourth being the third being trade and investment. This brings together a full IDB group, IDB Bank, IDB Invest, and IDB Lab, to create concrete business opportunities for the private sector. From a European and particularly a Slovenian perspective, this translates into access to a significant pipeline of opportunities, with the IDB group generating around $4 billion annually in procurement across approximately 12,000 contracts, covering sectors such as infrastructure, energy, water, digitalization, social services, and e-commerce. We are fully aware that having access to early notification of procurement opportunities is of the essence, and for that, I want to encourage you to use the Fit for the Americas app, which you can download for any of the stores, the Apple and the Google Play Store. And in the last 4 years, we have been present in Ljubljana to engage the Slovenian private sector. I myself, since I joined the bank last year, have been twice to Ljubljana in order to explore these opportunities. And I look forward to coming back again next year with my colleague. Looking ahead, I do want to make emphasis on an event we are having. I would like to invite all of you to the IDB Lab Procurement Fair that will take place online from 23 to 25 June next month. This will be really an opportunity for you to learn about, one, how to access IDB procurement opportunities, second, how to connect with executing agencies and get visibility on upcoming pipelines, and three, identify global opportunities. Again, I believe Fit for the Americas can be an instrumental part to translate these opportunities being given by the EU-Mercosur agreements into tangible projects. A message to both sides of the Atlantic. The IDB is here and ready to continue to facilitate making or ensuring market access, strengthening value chains, and supporting investment flows between countries. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you once again and hope to see you at the procurement fair that will be taking place in 23 and 25 June, and also as we plan for the event next year. Thank you very much, and back over to you, and we can answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jimenez. It's an honor to have you here with us. And I will start with you. I have a question about which sector are considered priorities for strategic financing in the context of the Mercosur agreement.
Sure, no, yes. One of the aspects that we're really looking at within the IDB is really, as I mentioned, getting the countries up to the standard so that they are able to export. So, I mean, I think it really goes across the aspects of what the Mercosur region is known for. There's obviously issues, in agriculture, there's issues in industry. But it is really about getting the countries up to the standards for Europe, as well as ensuring that SMEs, the small and medium enterprises, are also not losing out in these efforts. The same works both ways, obviously, in terms of ensuring that we do have investment coming in from Europe, in terms of coming into Latin America and the Caribbean as well.
Thank you. I know that EDB is working a lot together with the Paraguayan government in that perimeter. Do you have any one opinion about the Slovenian and Paraguayan maybe work together here with this agreement?
I wouldn't have any details specifically. I wouldn't have any details specifically. I would see if anybody else may have on Paraguay specific. Obviously, with Slovenia and an area that I know of, the forestry area, obviously this would be the forestry area. That is something that we have been working on. With Slovenia, we've also been looking at areas, the satellite as well as, new technology in this nature. So I think there is definitely a fit that we could be seeing in getting Slovenia to be, more involved in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Thank you, I agree with you. Mr. Gaspar, the same question for you.
Definitely, forestry is one of the areas where we can be great use for the Paraguay, as we have up-to-date technology in forestry and also the knowledge about the forest, long legacy of wood processing and wood industry, but also with equipment. I know that agriculture was pointed out as one of many areas that Paraguay can be prioritized, but I don't think that agriculture is the area where we could operate the most. I know this is the priority of Paraguay, the most obvious advantage of Paraguay, but there are different industries, like we heard about energy, about energy production, grids, things like that. That's where we have top of the line knowledge, and we have competitive prices, and I think these are the areas where we can cooperate.
And we can maybe see that we have automotive very high here in Slovenia. This automotive part, this company that I love, is a very interesting sector here in the Slovenian industry too. That I think that can maybe explore the Paraguayan market to maybe enter in another market like Brazil. And I think that Slovenia have a lot of potential in the sector of technology.
Just to complement about the other countries, talking about the other countries in Latin America and our neighbors. Paraguay is very different. Paraguay is very different. The stability of Paraguay is exceptional. 50 years. In the last 50 years, we have no changes in the political side. The next changes the next 50 years also. And the economic side, we have one of the most very sure markets in the region. We can feel comparative with Brazil, less with Argentina, and so it's very different to Paraguay. And I can give you that in the late 18 years, we doesn't change our money, we doesn't put 1 zero more or less. No, that's very important for the investors. And also you have to see Paraguay, that's like the heart and the middle between Mercosur, and you are more than less 100 kilometers from the neighbors who are the big markets. Another country, another rules, another size, and it's not so previsually, just like Paraguay. Argentina has his down and up every time. The new government, it's more stable. The new government, it's more stable, just like Paraguay. It's not just like Paraguay. In Brazil, it's incontinent. It's a huge country, just like the United States or Mexico. It's huge, so Paraguay is so easy. So Paraguay is a fantastic opportunity to land, to use as a gateway, put the gateway, put the industry here, make investment from Paraguay to Europe or in the other countries, but from Paraguay. That's what I want to take out.
Thank you, we will speak more about that in the next panel too. And like you said, the stability that Paraguay is a stability that now in Europe is difficult to find.
Yes.
With the situation that
Yes.
we have now. And Mr. Dick, what kind of support we can get to the Slovenian company that want to explore the Mercosur market, the Paraguay market in this case?
We don't have direct financial incentives for companies to go abroad, but there are non-financial activities that we help companies with organization, different business delegation. We organize group fair exhibition fairs. Like a Slovenia, we can bring people. There are also possibilities to apply for tenders for companies to get co-finance when they are exploring the market analysis. Also for if they go for some exhibition, get trade shows, or even business delegation, they can get some part of their costs back. And we help them to find the right partner, because with our embassy and also with institutions similar to ours, and we try to find them companies and the right partners and bring them together. So we are more or less facilitator of that.
Excellent. I think that these business delegations are a very good point to start, because I lived here in Slovenia about 20 years. I was living in Croatia 8 years. I was working always in the private sector with my family, starting first with we were the first exporter for yerba mate from Paraguay to Croatia, open the market, and this time in Croatia was very difficult to open a market. In Slovenia, always was, I would say, for a step forward from Croatia in this time. And now, with this kind of support, we can go to Paraguay and meet the other side, the other company there, and find the truth. I'm not feeling my centuries, or I was having a meeting with a businessman a few years ago, and we was talking about the opportunities in South America, particularly in Paraguay, and he said to me that Jose, in Paraguay is a lot of poverty, a lot of infrastructure, and a lot of problem there. And I said to him, what do you read? And he showed me a book from 1998. And this information, this misinformation can sometimes destroy this, maybe this they decide to go to the market. And now with this delegation that we're preparing now in October to go to Paraguay to visit other companies that are working in the safety sector, and to try to do this video meeting with them, I think that they will open doors to do business in Paraguay. In this institution like SID and SPIRIT and ADB can play a very good role in this travesty for a Slovenian company to enter into the Paraguay market. Maybe to finish, because we have another panel before, I would like to maybe ask to Mr. Jimenez, maybe he can get us some concluding word to show everyone.
Thank you. I actually would like to use this opportunity. Thank you. I actually would like to use this opportunity for my colleague Pablo to be able to mention some of the opportunities from IDB Invest. as I will need to run to the next meeting now. But again, I hope to really be able to join you in person next time, and I hope to see you in Louisiana next year. But thank you for this opportunity, and also for work on my colleague Pablo, who's dealing with the private sector specifically.
Thank you, Thank you. Well, I would like to know if I'm going to be here. I won't take long, even we're working with the panel, but I did want to mention a specific deal which is in Paraguay, which is a landmark transaction, which is the Atom Green Fertilizer Plant. And I think it's a great example of what IDB Invest can do to help the development of the region and to help do things. For those of you who are not familiar with this case, it's a $650 million plant that started its life 3 years ago. We started advising the construction 3 years ago, and financial close took place weeks ago. So we helped Atom together with other shareholders, like a shareholder, a Swiss company that was the biggest contractor, work together until that would work in terms of financial numbers, could work in terms of environmental impact, obviously, and could work, most importantly, for Paraguay and its needs. This financial just closed a great example where I can do, which is advice on the technical side, via link between the private sector, for example, Slovenia or European companies with the American countries, and then slowly build a financial case that can bring in other investors, be it on the equity side or on the debt side, as was the case in this Atom deal I mentioned. I wanted to give you this example. Obviously, we're available here for more questions. Just wanted one last comment, and I which is we just went through a significant capital increase and already invest, and the goal of this capital increase is to do more and to help more in Latin America and the Caribbean. Most, if not all, European countries have subscribed the capital increase, obviously Slovenia has, and we're very thankful for that. And our idea is to deploy this capital in the region and to multiply its effect. Okay, so we have the equity, we raise debt, but we also bring other investors into the different deals. And having someone like IDB Invest in a deal brings specific benefits, such as withholding tax benefits and also recurrent creditor status. So it's not only that we're there, but it also has tangible benefits for the lender to run the deals. Stop there. It was useful, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Pablo. Okay, do you want to say something more, Mr. Gaspar? If you have any question, you can end this panel and have a little piece.
It's the last panel. We go for a coffee break. Success stories. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. It's an intense success. We just need to go through success stories, and I think we'll keep you interested. So, keep you interested. It's not moderator back here, and I'm inviting back again Stanka to join us as a success story this time. Then Christian Santa Margarita and the slow part is already there. Please welcome. Then we have Professor Dr. Claudia, Rector of Mercosur University, to join us here. And then we have online PhD José Molina Vega, Rector of Universidade Internacional de Salvador, and also the unchanging cats, and I'm joining the panelists as and Louis Venture Capital. So, now I won't be so fun. Venture capital. Yeah, it's venture capital. And we do invest there already, so it's already good.
I turn into the bad guy now. So, let me try to tell you a story very fast, in 5 minutes maybe, out of respect for your time, and tell you the story of how we started in Paraguay. We already talked a little bit about hydrobio, but then what this brought, what this evolved into, and what surprise then we got on the way. And the story is called Full Circle, and we will see what this is all about. So, just as a reminder, Daniel Stanga, I played the role in hydrobio Paraguay of one of the owners, and as a CTO, if you want. It's a bit exaggerated to say Chief Technology Officer in an agro business, which is not very small yet, but let's just do that. So we started, as we talked, a few years back, and the way we did it, we went to Paraguay, we found a business which was working already, but at a smaller scale. It was already successful in the market, and both in terms of production and in terms of commercialization. And I find that it's critical that like Paraguay, that it doesn't go on the great field, but instead finds a business there or partners which are already successful at what they do, and then go and scale the business based on European know-how, technology, processes, commercial strategies, and so on. And this was for us the secret. We went there, long story short, we built the relation. It took us a couple of years. We got to know the market, and then we grew the business threefold in terms of revenue and capacity, and everything is going fantastic. We got this, like I mentioned also last time, last year, kind of validation, the most sustainable company of Paraguay from the German Chamber of Commerce, and all kind of programs about carbon footprint and circular economies and good stuff like that, which is kind of, I cannot brag, it's kind of good design when you do greenhouse operations. It's a much cleaner operation, and strong traceability and stuff like that. And we import from Europe most of our technology, or let's say, like I said, greenhouses from France now, it's a new thing which we have, seeds from Holland, irrigation system from Spain. We try to go where the most mature competence exists globally, but it happens that Europe is actually the preferred destination in many ways. And then we are there, and we are commercializing successfully in most of the supermarket chains, also in the best restaurant of the country, just to show that also we go also on the premium segment, and so it's fantastic. Why that happened? Well, the Paraguayan fundamentals, of which we talked a lot today, they are one of the main reasons. It's truly a spectacular country. It has like, you know, they say everything, which has the legal structure, it has the stability, it has what Christian said, 50 years of capital stability, protection for investors. It has treaties with many countries which protect against the investors. Now with Mercosur, even stronger than 10% corporate flat tax, demand which exceeds supplies. That's amazing. It's still a country which is far from fulfilling its own demand, now in agriculture, but also in other areas. It's a perfect gateway to the region of South America. Of course, it's exactly in the middle of the continent, which makes it possible to go in 48 hours to all the big metropoles of the continent. Then the young ambitious workforce, on top of everything, really a young workforce, hungry to learn and all those sort of things. Perfect. to go. And because of all those successes, we will not stop. And now that we proved the model, we proved that we can grow in the worst climate you can have for greenhouses or for fresh vegetables. We proved that we can also sell what we grow. Let's see now with a bigger scale. But we feel that, I don't know, alone on tomatoes, let's say, we can easily sell 20 hectares of hydroponic greenhouses to the internal market of Paraguay alone, not to count the surrounding countries. The same for bell peppers, the same for lettuce maybe. And what we are set to do, and we start now the 2 hectares. First of them are on the way. We are building the only agro park, if you want, of South America. What does it mean, the agro park? There are some hotspots or some hubs in South America of up to 20-30 hectares of hydroponic greenhouses. Farms. So somebody owns the farm and grows and then sells stuff. But an agro park is something which we are building, and by design, we are opening up for others to come and farm themselves, so to let other producers lease a place in the agro park, and we offer know-how on vegetable growing or whatever. We offer infrastructures, of course, because it's there. Nothing to say. We offer all kinds of services and initiatives. I don't know, buy much cheaper fertilizers or seeds or whatever, because it's a big volume factory and stuff. Including, just to give ideas, the university can come and build a laboratory there, and there are all kinds of interesting scenarios in which you can come and pilot things in a subtropical, humid climate. Is something which doesn't exist in Europe, and it has a lot of use cases from R&D perspective, from university, educational perspective, from many points of view. Or come and grow whatever you need, flowers or cannabis or whatever in this agro park. So, investors, everybody is welcome to join our agro park later this year, and then it will take 5-6 years to come to 20 and then to 40 hectares, hopefully, for those. But as part of that process, we found out that the hardest part is to sell stuff. Okay, so you can learn to produce this kind of under control. There is a lot of and especially on the fresh vegetables, because they are very perishables, so they have only one window of having to sell it, so you cannot store it on a shelf and then wait until it's sold someday. So all that made it tricky. It's also a huge price volatility, especially in the South American and Paraguayan market. It depends on the oversupply, on the demand on the market, and all those things. Like I said, in the summer, only 30% of the what's needed in the market is grown locally, and then importers or exporters come and bring stuff. The prices grow. Then in the colder months, there is a huge oversupply of the field tomatoes come and they are on the market. And what we did, long story short again, we built an AI-driven system which helped us tremendously to sell better. It's a thing which perfectly matches the demand and the offer on the market. It's a thing which offers pricing intelligence. So based on how the supermarkets are selling, we are calculating our own price, and we know how to sell and to whom and all that. A lot of commercial intelligence we can talk about for a long time. It helps us to increase our margin. It seems that we were losing 8% standard test too much, and we could reduce a lot the waste because we can plan much better when to harvest and what to sell and who to sell. And through this AI, it's the first commercial stuff, and it's selling almost 24/7, which allows us to now scale with a small commercial team, because the AI does a lot of the routine work of selling, and the sales team doesn't disappear. It's not like we don't need the people anymore, but they focus on building relationships with suppliers or with customers, and on escalating so it's a thing which increases a lot the probability that we will be successful with this agro park, which will produce huge volumes and plan to sell it with all the and now there's a surprise, very fast. It helped us a lot, and then I found out that actually in Europe, people or farmers have the same problems. I don't know a lot in Slovenia, but in DACH, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and also in Holland, farmers are like the ones who sustain the food chain, but they get like 5 times money. They are workers linking the chain, and others in the chain get most of the money. So the farmers work, and the last is that it was 40% of the farms 20 years ago, they were closed, and they are being consolidated both by big guys, which then industrialize the whole thing. So there's nothing new regarding farmers and commercially. So this thing will be is now coming to Europe, and I think it's such a great need. So that's a success story. That's something which could say that we went from Europe to Paraguay, we brought our know-how in technology, processes, commercial know-how, and so on, and we built this system there, which is then serving the market, and now we are closing the circle, and we are bringing back to Europe to help these farmers here to do better commercially, to get more wealth. So that's a clear example for me of synergies, not threat and opportunities, and these two regions building symbiotic relationships. I will finish. So, okay, great. So, and again, as a more validation, we are accepted in this startup accelerator for these products, because more people see actually this problem in Europe, and it fits perfectly with programs of circular economy and green and a lot of stuff. Also thanks to Gusta and Demi here and everybody which helped us getting in there. And let's see what comes out of it. This accelerator is accelerating us. Hopefully this is a successful startup in Europe. Hopefully we will find investors, because we want to grow it as its own company, not related to Europe. And let's see, I can say next year where this the point of the story is that by doing this, by operating between the continents in Europe and in Paraguay, we truly build a corridor. It's something which we went to Paraguay and then we are bringing back to Europe, and it's truly a synergetic thing, and maybe others can do the same. Those are really can be two complementary worlds which help each other, and we should take advantage of that. That's the last big slide. We went to set out with our business, we build the corridor. Beautiful, a beautiful success story for us, very energizing, very motivating, and really purposeful. It really feels like we solve some problem with the planet. This, and we are contributing the.
but we're bringing them here as well. As you know, all the speakers and Robert and previously also Cheda and the guys showed how good positions Slovenia actually has to enter into Europe and has a similarity with Paraguay as a test bed to then spread across the Europe. So this is why we're bending this also slide with so many blanks. We're only present to join this, but the potential is everywhere. The good stories in Mercosur region in LATAM are great. And earlier we heard that there's a little bit of fear, you know, of investment and all that stuff. But you know, great you all said, go there, experience it for yourself. And Daniel mentioned great people, good working people, eager people, and this is what it happens. It's the same with innovation and entrepreneurship and new stories arising. So you know, with our fund, we also did already invest in one generation people in startups. Like, yeah, in Europe, it's like we are just supporting and investing in Europe-based, instead of Slovenia-based. But why not do the opposite? Why not open this test that, like I said, when you love how we said it, this circle around? And this is what we actually do. You know, we are trying to oh, great, we stay on the other side, they were going to invest in, you know, whatever that doesn't matter. Land opportunities, so yes, our success stories are showing our great stories of startups and entrepreneurs like that. So this is what we're trying to do, helping on all the sides of the globe, connecting possibilities of because if you see the globe, there's a land of opportunities, you see the opportunities. And if you're only afraid of how things will go wrong, you go and experience it first to see if, you know, I like to use the people say, young people's, because it's not every country for everyone. And what we need to know, and this is what we do a lot, you know, we talk about differences in Europe and Latin America. Come on, seriously, Europe, like unified market, Germans are more similar to Japanese than they're similar to Slovenians or Italians in those places. Latin America, there's a lot of differentiators as well. You mentioned earlier the different parts and growth of Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil, and Argentina, and it goes the same way you're doing business. Understanding the culture and the opportunities. Earlier, when still moderator, that's why I said, I'll do the other hat and then I'll give you another concept. But we are very much alike. But when you're trying and starting a business, first see the differences, because the cultural differences of each country will also show you the potential, but also show you what you need to work on before you start. Because at the end of the day, great strategies all die on not the proper communication, the proper communication with teams and cross-border capacity. So that's a little bit one fast rush.
You say the culture differentiation. It's important to know the people.
Always.
To do market, to sell something to other person. It's important to know the necessity that they have. I think that you said know the culture is very important.
Definitely. I mean, if there are more lessons or 4 points when outside you know the environment, it's especially when you're doing, you know, if you come from our perspective and go to Latin America, don't confuse interest with readiness. You know, people will be eager to help them. They will be super happy. For your the culture is different, so they're welcoming. They will show you but that doesn't immediately mean this is happening. They will show you around. So, you know, it's like you need to know that also the Mercosur agreement creates opportunities, but the path to actually seize the opportunity is on your own. So you need to take care of that. That was the first one. The second one, I would say, invest in relationships. Definitely. You said relationship, but here again, there is a caution take here. In Europe, especially in the DACH region, relationship is built through compliance, documentation, structure. This builds trust for European countries. In the Mercosur, it's literally person by person first, and then the structure and compliance and documentation comes. We need to work trust. Also, word trust is built differently. So it's again in the people we need to be aware of. And the third, and I think this one is the most logical, but it gets very, very often ignored. Because local intelligence. Don't just go there and say, I conquered the world. How many you started with local people? I'll just ship everyone from Europe here. Literally, they know everything. So yes, you need to like their country and see the opportunity, but then you need to surround yourself with the nearest team that you can trust and to build that. So local intelligence, I call it. And people in Paraguay are super great. Wedding as the team as well as developers, super great. And the last one that we need to understand is that we need to treat team, I'll say something technical, as an infrastructure. It's the foundation of everything. Because the biggest fails that we see are not strategic. Are literally miscommunication among the different cultures, different team members. So do invest in a little bit of culture training to understand, how to communicate, how to motivate, what actual motivation means in Paraguay, what it means in Brazil, and what it means in Slovenia versus Germany and Austria. When you get feedback, are you ruining the team all of a sudden because you use the wrong words and the wrong approach? So these four lessons that we see across, and I've been doing the global markets for now for 25 years, so it's these are the four points where I see companies not taking them serious because we'll deal with people a bit later. Now we need strategy, we need money, and we need market. All in, because there's an opportunity. Don't neglect that human factor. It's super important when you want to grow.
Thank you very much, Luca, to share with us your experience, your knowledge. And now, I think it's good to go back to our topic, success in South America. And when I thinking about success in South America, in Paraguay, I always thinking about Christian safety. Being a person that has a lot of experience in the Paraguayan business or market, what you can say about your experience?
It's too difficult to speak almost later. It's impossible. I think it's not fair. So much energy in the story, and also Daniel. But the interesting thing is that Daniel comes from here to Paraguay, and from Paraguay he's going to Graz. And we are going to Graz also, but we will see it finally. Because we made, well, that's our history. It's a history of 65 years. We are an industry group from Yerba Mate. You know Yerba Mate. In this moment, it's, I think so, very more known. It's a very good product for 1,000 years for our original people, Indian people. And more or less in the world, there is a consumer for more or less 500 million kilo year. But it's more than our continent than in the others, and then it's the challenge we have to bring in the other countries, in the other continents, a healthy way to give our healthy and to take it like a drink, but not like we are do, because we do it in a way that never will happen in Europe. I think so. You share with 5, 6, and 10 people the same glass with time to drink it. So we make it in teas. We are also a tea industry, and we are born like industry. In the middle, in our country, in San Juan Bautista, because our founder was critical and pharmaceutical, and he made with our authentic, original Paraguayan herbs, he makes formulation for peace, for the different problems of the people who couldn't buy the medicaments. So it's very interesting that now, 65 years later, we go to Graz and make the science investigation and have the first IP in the world of the properties of yerba mate and specific frequency, bioactive for especially problems to help in the health. One of them is the immune system. It makes it very stronger, and we are a lot of other different kinds to help with this IP. But now we want to scale to the pharmacy. We have to go to the pharmacy. We are at this moment looking for venture capital. We are supporting to 15 countries in all these years. We are the biggest company of our product in our country. As I said, we make yerba mate for one way, we make teas for another way, and we put yerba mate with different flavors. You have a blueprint in the other side, in the break. With yerba mate. The base is yerba mate and with different tastes. And you can take it just like a tea. Between us, please don't tell it nobody, it's healthy, it's very fine, it's very good, and we think that it's the moment to bring it to Europe, because all the consumer in Europe wants to buy healthy products, wants to know where it's come, what's behind the product, and all the history. And we have 1,000 years of history behind the product, and 500 million kilos consumed every year between Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, Paraguay, Bolivia, something Chile. So that's in the beginnings. I will very go fast because it's difficult to speak for the later. There's a lot of legacy. We are working with more than 3,000 producers, small farmers in our country. We give them financial assistance, professional assistance, and we make something that we don't think about in the day of the day. If there wasn't the industry to use the authentic Paraguayan herbs, possibly in this moment a lot of them don't exist, because if there is not use, the things it goes to disappear. And so we will make a library of IPs of authentic Paraguayan herbs, which ones never exist in the European pharmacological catalog. They don't know them, and that's what's so amazing and so interesting. We make a triple impact. We make all the good manual practice. We have certifications. We have EFS for food. Everything we have done in the last year, 2 years, we make more than $50 million investment. We have one of the most important factory for teas and for the phytotherapeutic teas. We are certificated from Anvisa. Anvisa is just like the most difficult kind to be certified for medical products, because our teas for health are in medical products. And we have Anvisa, the only industry in our country with Anvisa certification from Brazil. Just to know, if you are buyer, you want to sell to Brazil, Anvisa have to come to certificate buyer here in Germany and Austria, wherever you want. This is our first product. It has been one of the most amazing in the history since 916. You can see, and it's to go. No, para perder peso. To lose weight. Yes, natural. 100% natural. So we have, you can see the different kinds of teas for my drinks. And in this moment, it's interesting that people, the young people, is going out from the alcohol and are looking for a healthy beverage and products, natural products. So we have a good opportunity with this one. This is a kind of yerba mate and tea bags and different flavors. You can see them outside and not the pure. There's no more. There's no more. Or it's you're still there. Outside with the teas. No, they are not. You have gone? Well, you have to major. That's a country we are exporting to Europe, United States, all the countries in our neighborhood, the different our history. That's a new factory. That's one of the factories we made this year. And this year, so this is our history and now in the work of collaboration with the University of Graz. We have this 2 years, one IP, and this has been an application of a lot of different sickness and different categories, and now we are presenting in the office of the patents two new IPs from two of our IPs, and we think we will make a library what will be very interesting for the health in the world and for the humanity. That's what we to honor the vision and the knowledge of the Indian and the original people, the vision of our founder. We will give him this to the people in all the world in different kinds, and also a scale, because there's a limit to sell the product. Like we know, we are now certified with Lidl. We want to start to work with Lidl with his own label. But it's all fantastic, but it's your scale, but it's not. Now we want to go to the pharmaceutical industry with the product and bring it the health of bioactive basis and new products to the people in the country. That's our short story. We are very proud about it because we think that the existing of our company make it possible that today we can enjoy a lot of herbs, a lot of properties, possibilities like humanity, because they are not in other parts of the world. Yerba mate, yes, just for the knowledge, yerba mate, the consume of yerba mate in Argentina and Uruguay is the most per person, but they have no one plant. They import the yerba mate from Brazil. Argentina is a very big consumer and a very big producer, but the name and the origin for the yerba mate is Paraguay. It's Alexis Paraguayensis. Just to know, because always the Argentinian, our neighbors, want to take our things and make it Argentinian. But it's not working. It's Alexis Paraguayensis. So it's a huge challenge we have. And we have 65 years we are fighting, so I think we will fight another 65 years and we will make it together here with our friends from Slovenia. The distribution is in the hands of them, they are there. And if it's my goods, I think we will make the pharmacy also. Thank you.
Christian, thank you for the perfect that your experience. Now I will
University in our Mesto. And I would like to shortly present our university and also our collaboration with institutions in Latin America. So, as mentioned, established in 2003, we have 6 faculties and 1 research institute, and then the students, dormitory, and the library. The faculties, the name of the faculties are listed here, but you cannot see really in detail what are the research areas that we are covering. Building our university with really tight financial situation, so instead of building new faculties, we were putting new research areas into the existing faculty. Introduce the topics that we are covering later on. Here are some basic figures about our university. So we are having a little bit less than 6,000 students. We are having 26% of international students. We currently about 830 employees, of which a little over 500 are researchers and teachers. Others are the supporting staff. We are having our yearly budget is in 2025 it was a little bit less than 51, a little bit more than 51 million euros. The main income for us is the governmental money for study programs, because in Slovenia there are no tuition fees, but the government is giving delivering the study programs, and actually and the rest is for collaboration with the industry and the research money. And for sure the European grants are very important in this respect. In 2025 we started with 2 very important strategic activities. One is also ended in 2025. This is the Mercosur Research Institute in a renew within the university. Now it was a separate research institute dealing with wood science, sustainable built environment, that was established by the widening participation teaming grant in a renew. It was the first grant obtained in Slovenia, and also the first grant successfully ended in Europe as a whole. And when we got this, so we established a separate research institute that now we merged back to the university. And when we got the results that we are getting 45 million euros to build up a new research institute, the leader of this project said that we will make sure that Slovenia will import more wood than export. Because there was a huge problem that we have a lot of for us, and that we don't have the industry to make the products that add value, and we were just factories to Austria. And so this was in 2016, and the project ended, the financial support from the European Commission ended in 2023. But in 2020 already, we import more wood than export, and this is like the success story that we did as a university, as a research institute, to the development of the wood industry in Slovenia. It was also mentioned by Spirit before that we have a wood forestry, we have a wood science. And the second thing that we started last year, and it will end in a couple of weeks, we are establishing a new faculty of polymers. This is actually a private faculty on the northeast of Slovenia, so we are the only faculty working with polymers, and we, for example, make an agreement that this faculty will become part of our university. So on one side we are having wood fluid science, sustainability, natural materials, and on the other side we are now getting in polymers because we believe that interdisciplinary collaboration can make added value. So here I realized that these numbers are not completely okay because they're out, not up to date. But anyway, so most of our students are bachelor students, and we do have master degree students and PhD students, and we are having students from 45 countries. Serbia is the leader in this respect, but we are open to all the nations. We currently don't have America enrolled, but we do have 6 students that are using the possibility of Erasmus mobility to spend the semester. Someone is for a year, but usually they are here for semester. These are 2 students from Argentina and 4 students from Brazil. Okay. We are part of legal in Europe. We are member of European University Transport in Europe. This is an initiative of the European Commission several years ago that Europe should become recognized as a very good higher education area, and so they are giving us support to that universities around Europe are connecting together and form new joint study programs, double degree study programs, etc. Here is the list of these study programs of these universities, and we are also members of a network called European Network of Higher Education Institutions. This network was established by the European Commissioner responsible for research and innovation in 2022. Only 38 universities in Europe are part of this network. Otherwise, there are around 5,000 higher education institutions in Europe. Why we are getting so huge amount of international students? Because we are offering several study programs entirely in English language, and this enables us to make promotion of our university outside Slovenia. And here is the list of study programs that are offered entirely in English. It's like cultural heritage, environmental, computer science, tourism studies, etc. And these are the research intensive groups. First is mathematics. I am a mathematician, so should be first topic. And here I can say one successful story. We got a student, a master student from Argentina for Erasmus exchange. He was in Brazil for half a year, and then he said, I would like to spend the entire year, and he got finances for the extension to be here for the entire year. And then he returned after 1 year for a PhD at our university, and now he's still with us. He's assistant professor and really good one, and we are really proud because he's actually the first Slovenian that is a member of the European Mathematical Society Young Academy. So even though he's not from Slovenia, we are really proud about that. Then it's material science architecture. Here is research institute in Renewal. It's very important that New European Bauhaus. I will say more about this later. They have a really strong collaboration with Argentinian institutions and paper institutes in Chile, as well as in Brazil. Then one very niche area that's really strong program within our university is suicidology. I don't know, I guess we don't have problems in our so here we have problems. And we are actually the only one in this part of Europe offering research on suicide prevention then it's health prevention, computer science, molecular biology, also observational biology. Here we have in observational biology, we have a really tight collaboration with Brazilian universities. We are currently having 2 PhD students that are doing research for their PhD thesis in Brazil, and in September or October we are sending to Brazil to the fieldwork the entire class of second year master study program conservation biology. Okay. So our strategy is to be open. Internationalization was the key figure for our success. I didn't mention before, but there were 2 columns, one 2022, one 2024, and 2025. If I go back, you will see that we did a huge increase in the last years, and this is due to the fact that we are really open. We are employing 100 researchers from abroad that actually don't speak Slovene language, because we are trying and we gave them possibility to be leaders of departments, laboratories, even our vice rector, one of our vice rectors is a non-Slovene speaking researcher coming from France, and we also celebrate that everyone is the added value for us, and the success was achieved. And one important thing that I would like to mention, and it's also related to Latin America, is that they need 45 million euros to build a research institute to shape the Slovenian research landscape, and successfully ended that project and established a really good institute. Then this sustainable built environment became really strong within our university. And as a result, we are currently the coordinators of pan-European consortium to establish the Academy of the New European Bauhaus. And in collaboration with the European Commission, we are also collaborating with Brazilian institutions to establish a hub for new European Bauhaus Academy in Brazil. Not only in Brazil, we are doing the same in Japan, but so from this small university in small country, there is a niche area where we are among the leaders in the European Union, and the goal of this of the European Commission about this Academy of European Bauhaus is that in the up to the year 2030, 3 million workers in the construction ecosystem is reskilled and upskilled towards the principles of new European Bauhaus, which is the sustainable environment. And so this is written here. So 14 partners from different countries in Europe, and we actually we had the first hub, and now we already established 4 hubs around Europe, and we are also collaborating with the outreach activities of this new European Bauhaus. And the last slide is about the faculty that I mentioned, the faculty of polymer technologies. Slovenia is very strong in this area, in the industry. There are over 1,700 registered companies working with polymers, and this is the really smallest private faculty, the only one that covers this area. And so now that they're coming to our university, we believe that they help strengthen this and help to develop the industry also on the polymers. And I didn't mention, but we do have one memorandum of understanding with one university in Brazil. We do have 8 Erasmus agreements for mobilities with universities in Chile, Argentina, and Brazil. We don't have anything with the country that is the main topic today, but we are really open, and our vice rector, Dr. Strasher, is sitting here as well, already had some discussions, and we are open for collaboration, and we believe that Erasmus mobilities are a really good start, and this is on the institutional level, but on the researchers level, there are many more collaborations, but this individual research collaborations. And straighten collaboration with Latin America, and this will give us new developments that will be more visible globally, not just in Europe, also on the larger scale. And I would like to mention, because it was said that it's very important that we know people who we collaborate, who know the cultures, etc. So the universities are the starting point of that. We, even though we are only 23 years old, we have many successful examples when students from other countries arrive to Slovenia, they obtain their degrees here, and then they move back to their own country, and they start to collaborate with the Slovenian industry, and in this way, the trust is built, and the culture is on both sides. So we are open for collaboration, and Graz, we also collaborate with Graz. Not universities in Graz, universities, you mentioned University of Graz, but in Graz there is also Technical University of Graz, and we have tighter collaboration with the Technical University, and we are currently building a new pipeline in Elettra, Center from Elettra in Italy, that is the research investment of 9 million euros, and hopefully at the end of 2027 we will be able to use this pipeline for research and to make new achievements.
Thank you very much, Ms. Claudia. I'm sure that we are doing now the first steps, and I'm sure that very soon we will have our institution. Now we have Mr. he is the representative, the director of the University of International
evolved from an institute that was founded in 2001. So we have
now we have Mr. Jose Molina. He is the representative director of the University of International Desarrollo Paraguay. He is with us. Hello, Mr. Jose, how are you?
Hello, Jose. Very fine. Recent collaboration with 3 European countries. With Spain, we have been collaborating for several years and in a network of 42 Ibero-American universities that we do teaching, knowledge exchange, and technical projects together. With Germany, we have been collaborating since last year with the Tuning Institute on research in soybean value change in beef and also in the forestry. And in a comparative project with Brazil, we are engaged in analyzing Paraguayan and maybe also Brazilian government. And with Netherlands, we were having some exchanges too. So based on a recent from last year, so based on this process, we can reflect on why academic collaboration matters for the Slovenia and Paraguay relationship more specifically. And definitely we are convinced that academic collaboration is a source of innovation, of institutional synergies, of building specific capacities needed to take advantage of opportunities, and also a way of bridging and connecting, building more lasting institutional frameworks. So, in the context of the new agreement between the European Union and Mercosur, we think that the market intelligence, talent mobility, technology scouting, and policy dialogue will increase. And those are areas where universities academic collaboration are very well placed to contribute. So, as a university, we have 3 major pillars, like teaching, researching, and the extension project, which is open to interaction with society. So, in the teaching area, we believe in this local approach. This global, what we have been doing for more than a decade, a flipped classroom approach with global online partners, like Harvard University, like the University of Amsterdam, University of London, to where we are a teaching center, and the Arizona State University. We use the global content and we add in a local in-person training. The online courses are inputs or the tools you can prepare for discussion and application towards the Paraguayan context. With tremendous success, the placement of our students are outstanding in top 10 universities worldwide, and also in the labor market. And we think that based on what we have learned from this teaching approach, now in the new context, the European Union and Mercosur, we have certain opportunity to customize online courses and that could fit this new classroom approach. And that could be both ways. We could do some online courses on how to do business in Paraguay that universities in Slovenia, the university could add with the personal training, and in the other way around. Probably we could identify areas where synergies with Slovenia could be better exploited, and we can benefit from online courses from part of the Atlantic and being complemented with face-to-face training here in Paraguay with a more applied to the Paraguayan context. So that is something on the teaching, but also for the researching, sustainable agriculture, forestry, applied technologies, cultural exchange. What could be done for accelerating the process of cultural exchange between Slovenia and Paraguay? The mobility of students and faculty is a great way to start. And also start engaging in economic policy discussion, learn from different experiences. So those are a tremendous area of growing applied research that we will start exploring. And then also from the how university interacts with their environment. So we will very much be interested in community development. I hear Claudia says that suicide prevention is a big topic of research and action there. We are also working very much with our partner in a socio-emotional approach for low-dose intervention for improving social conditions and decreasing depression and anxiety. So the exchange will have sustainability in the forestry area is a big topic for Paraguay. Entrepreneurship, social inclusion, and knowledge transfer capacity in all areas where our university interacts with the Paraguayan society to explore synergies with Slovenian universities. So this is we are very much willing and enthusiastic to collaborate in doing research, doing training programs, and co-developing extension projects, because we believe that it's a great way to strengthen the long-lasting relationship between Slovenia and Paraguay that has a much nicer prospect with the new agreement between Europe and Mercosur. Thank you very much.
And only one question maybe to end, because we are coming to our time, and this panel was really everyone was time in short. And I would ask you, how the same to Ms. Claudia, how can institutions like yours take a company take advantage in this agreement?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you well, Jose, but
yes, I will repeat. How can institutions like yours help companies advantage from this agreement?
Okay.
Take advantage of this agreement.
Yeah, so definitely when a foreign investor comes to a country, there is a lot of uncertainty. We can add value to this uncertainty. We can guide them how is the Paraguayan culture, what are the Paraguayan features of different markets. And if we already are connected with an Slovenian university, the process could be much smoother and even start in Slovenia before they take place. So then there is maybe the investor has some specific technological needs, but is underdeveloping, undersupplied in Paraguay. So we can articulate this partner from other universities worldwide to start developing those specific human capital needed for the SDG success. So there are multiple ways, and it's a crucial area of interaction between potential investors to Paraguay and a university like ours.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. And Mr. Kuna.
Yeah, I agree with what was said. I would just add that within the universities we have really strong units, offices for knowledge transfers that are very well aware about the local policies, how to start, and we are really happy to help. And also we do provide a lot of companies the support to develop their own research departments, and because there are special regulations how to do that, and we encourage our researchers to be involved with the companies and to build up the research innovation unit within that, and then we also support them with applications to different open calls that are for companies. And also, it was not mentioned today, but in Slovenia it's very important that recently we got research agency for research and innovation. And within that agency, there are a lot of open calls for €1 million possibilities to get financial support, but it's very hard to write the proposal with all the details. But somehow, at universities and the research institutes, we live out of money from research grants, so we are experts in this respect, and it's not always possible that the university is collaborating as a partner of this application, but we collaborate anyway as a 13 partners. We can do that, and then we have like a friendly collaboration, and then we open the doors to these companies for our students, and that's our mission. So our students have better employment. But we can do that in the international cooperation or local. And I'm really happy to hear that there are interests to develop joint study programs, double degrees, etc. But I would mention something before I mentioned that we are getting mobility students from Latin America, and this is whenever a student gets an Erasmus grant, the institution that is accepting the student is not allowed to make the tuition. So they are studying here for free in the same manner as other students. But if they enroll to our university, or to a university in Slovenia, they need to pay tuition. Slovenia has a really nice collaboration with ex-Yugoslavia countries, where there is a bilateral agreement between Croatia and Slovenia, Serbia and Slovenia, and our students from Slovenia can study in that countries for free and vice versa. And in order to make a really tight connection, making joint degrees, because it's always a problem with joint degrees, different financial system behind, and then the students, those days, choose our university, they don't need to pay, but if they choose the joint degree program, they need to pay because they're
That means the Paraguayans who are from the diaspora, who can study in Slovenia.
Yes.
Or from Croatia.
Those, yes.
This can be a Thank you very much, Mr. Molina. Do you want to say something more?
Oh, thank you. I know that the time is been a long day. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and we will definitely contact Dr. Claudia for further exploration.
I'm sure that you will start a cooperation with Mr. Claudia, I'm sure of that, and you will visit one of the first universities everyone to come to this forum. Thank you all my staff that helped me to realize this event, this forum, this field forum. Next time, next year, I hope there will be more people, more companies here, not only for Slovenia, but for other countries close to Slovenia.